Yeah, it's a different squad, but I feel like the mentality of the team, even though they swapped all 5 players, is still the same because they do have Seb and No-Tail behind them. Like, they're gonna give them every bit of experience that they can and try to lead them into this victory because they've been in this rough situation, we can call it, so many times, and they know how to perform under pressure. And the way OG like started, like you would expect them to have a little bit more time to adjust a new LAN environment, playing in front of the crowd. And then at the Stockholm Major, they come in and they take the whole thing, which was pretty impressive.
Right, and that was through the lower bracket, right?
Yes.
And then they win the ESL One Malaysia third-party non-DPC tournament in such a convincing fashion too. And the interesting thing about OG that we never mentioned is that these players are new. They are new to the TI stage. Even though OG is an old organization, these players are still fresh and they are performing so well under pressure.
And they are going to have to perform well right now because it is time for the draft of the first game. Let's head over to MLP, John Expire, and Celery.
Team Liquid's Team Liquid versus OG. OG's turn to Game 1.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our next best-of-3 series here between Team Liquid and, of course, OG. It is MLP Dota. It's John Expire, and, of course, we have the lovely Celery. Celery, how the hell are you feeling?
Feeling okay. Would rather not have been here, but it's nice. I get to watch them play again.
Absolutely. What about you, Jonathan? How you doing?
Doing great. You know, we had great Dota yesterday, and we were honored and privileged to have Celery on as well. And, you know, we've got more great Dota coming up here. So a lot to watch out for, a lot in the line. Celery, you played against OG, you know, you've got a feel for it. How do you feel about this matchup against Liquid?
I saw a bit of the Liquid games as well yesterday. I think if they play quick, they should have a good chance against OG. Like the panel mentioned earlier, OG plays a bit slower than most of the European teams.
Yeah.
So you can punish that with early aggression and taking over the map.
Yeah, and we'll see if they can do that. We do see that Enigma ban. We were talking about that a little bit. You know, Liquid have been sticking to that for Zai, so they actually do prioritize it. But that leaves a lot of options. You know, Marcy, Primal Beast, the 2 straight bans. They will take care of the Primal Beast here. Marcy first pick, you reckon, just a safe play?
It's hard to say. Maybe. Yesterday, Marcy and Primal were banned in every game against Liquid. So we don't actually know if they will prioritize it the most. But most teams prioritize the Marcy a lot. It's been doing really good this tournament, so I reckon we'll see it.
Well, you can appreciate the ban as well from OG, just getting rid of that Enigma that we saw, how many times this man just picked this hero. And we talked about it yesterday in the series with Liquid, right? Like, it's the fear of God, just not knowing when the black hole's coming, and it just, even if it never gets thrown out, you've got to be wary of it, and there's the Marcy. You guys just talked about it. A very contested hero right now. No surprises, it gets first picked up here by Liquid.
Yeah, it just provides so much, right? Like, you've got a lot of mobility, you've got a great steroid for your core, you've got the flexibility in running this here in any position. OG into the Lesh, which we saw a lot of in the last series as well, and the Lich. So they've got a lot of good magic damage coming out, some really good timings to play with, and some ways of mitigating that physical output here, right?
Yeah, this is a combo that has been quite popular this TI, for the Lich and the Lesh. I was thinking, whenever I see this myself, I think, oh, it's a nice game for Ench. You can purchase shield. But they just opt for the Lina instead. It would be nice for them if they have some way to purchase shield at some point, because this Lash can be very tanky parts of the game with the Bloodstone.
Yeah, that timing with the Bloodstone just enables this hero so much. The Lina response, we've seen a little bit of this, right? And I think it was Gunnar yesterday saying that a long-range mid is kind of a nice way to handle the Lush. You've got good wave clear, good ways of keeping up in farm here. And with the Marcy, you've got even more right-click damage if you opt for that route.
Yeah, I suppose they'll probably put the Lina mid against the Lesh. That's probably what they're aiming for. They might, if they have good roaming supports, they already have the Marcy. They might try to punish this Lesh on the mid lane, because he is quite fragile. He will die to a Marcy stun.
Yeah. We talked about that pacing just a little bit as well, right? And the panel pointed out OG does like a little bit of a slower game. Do you want to see Liquid kind of pick up the pace? Do you feel like Lina Marcy is maybe a good foundation to run a faster draft against that?
Yeah, it's a solid start for sure. The Lina technically is still flex as well. I think Boxy also likes to play this hero, so it's hard to say. If they maybe can get their hands on a Beastmaster or something to up the tempo, I think that will be really good for them.
Final ban now for OG before we do get into some more picks. I do love myself some predictions, and it obviously makes you guys look fantastic. Is there any hero predictions right here, right now? What do you think's coming up third?
5 seconds.
Give me anything.
Like a pick, right? Not
Give me a
ban.
pick. Just give me a pick.
I feel like a Nyx could kind of slot in here if you wanted it.
Always go for the Nyx.
I mean, you've got Leshrac, you've got Lish. It's a pretty good hero. Spike Carapace is going to feel good. Mana Burn's going to feel great against Lesh. And to protect the Lesh, we have seen Nyx first phase bans for first phase Lesh anyway.
Yeah, Nyx or Clock would be nice for OG here probably. They both have the same function of a bit more frontline. They're good against Lina as well. Nyx is also good against Lesh, so they would take it away from Liquid as well.
Scares me when someone agrees with John X5. That's a very scary moment for me. So don't feel the need to agree with him. Trust me. You go your own ways. They are using quite a bit of reserve time here for this final pickup. Very curious to see where they do end up going. It seems like they are just focused on the off lane right now of Team Liquid. I mean, Zai is such an impactful player for the side of Liquid. You just don't want to give him a good game. In fact, they do get rid of the lone druid as well. Obviously, a Matumba man special, you don't want to give him that kind of comfort. OG, they'll have their first third pick. Let's see what it's going to be. Both of you guys mentioned the Nyx. I believe you mentioned the Clockwork as well, that we have been seeing quite a lot of recently. See if they do go for either option. Of course, Tiger performing perfectly on either of those heroes recently, and be a real treat to watch him on it.
Yeah, I think the one thing as well for Liquid that's left available is this Spirit Breaker Lifestealer combination, or just a Lifestealer in general. Matumba's been showing a lot of prowess on that. OG, they do pick up the Shadow Demon, so they've got a nice way of controlling some of these heroes. Good setup for the Leshrac down the line, maybe a little bit more push coming out as well, and some defensiveness from that disruption here.
Yeah, that's very, very interesting. I was thinking for Liquid, Insania also likes these type of heroes, the Shadow Demon, the Bane. And I thought it might be a pick for them against the Lesh and the Lich, because it's the Lesh cannot move at all. It purchases the Lich shield. It's very good against these heroes. But OG opt to pick it up instead. They do have two very defensive supports now, so they need to make sure they get some heroes that want to go in on the last two picks. Otherwise, you have three heroes that are not really starting the fight.
Is it hard going against OG, Celery? Like, you've played these guys so many times, like with these kind of weird styles of drafts and the versatility these guys have, like, is it hard to draft against a team like OG?
You cannot be afraid. You just have to go. So don't get caught off guard. Just do your thing.
Undying is the pickup here from Liquid. Obviously, Undying, a very, very popular hero. You drop the tombstone, your job's done. You can happily die afterwards. Just so hard to deal with as well. Like, even as a pos 5 Undying, it's just such a tanky hero to have to try and deal with. Team Liquid, they do get away with it. I wonder what they follow up with here.
I mean, it's still fairly open. You've got the flex, right? Marcy could be offlane, Undying could be offlane, one of these could be our supports, both of them could be our supports. So it's really open for Liquid to kind of determine what they want in their lanes. I think with the Undying pick as well, you don't have a good way of clearing out the tombstone here. So it's always going to be a massive issue in the middle of these fights. You're not fighting against strength heroes, you're not sapping away damage, but these are not the highest strength scaling heroes either.
Yeah, I think the Undying pick is very cool, because they know the heroes that OG needs right now are the initiator heroes. Maybe they want to go up for something like an SK again, and Undying will destroy that hero in lane. So they block a lot of the picks that OG could go for.
And that Drow Undying lane, it's really potent as well, right? Like, it's just so hard to deal with once you hit that level 2 mark. You've got the Tombstone, you've got the Decay with the Frost Arrows, and I don't know, is there a particular offlane hero you'd personally like to see here, Celery, like for ATF to try and counter out? Because it seems like this kind of lane is very hard to deal with.
It seems like Liquid banned for this. They probably had this in mind. They banned the Mars, they banned the Slaughter. Both heroes that can be very problematic for a hero like Drow. So let's see, there's still always the Timber. I don't think it's good in this lane. Amar really likes his SK as well, but I think he's gonna have the same issues that he had when he played us yesterday. He won that game, so maybe it's just a pick. But,
Yeah. Still fairly open up. Is there a chance maybe for like a Razor? I know it's not been as big in the offlane, but you know, Razor against Drow, if you can gap close, you've got the Shadow Demon to set up. Could be one way, I suppose. You go to Centaur instead. So it does come out.
All right, sell it to me, boys. Aghanim Scepter, Centaur. Is it possible? Could it happen? On the main stage, please tell me it could happen.
With a Leshrac, it sounds pretty good, right? You're just standing there, you're invulnerable, you're protected, and you're just doing a lot of AoE damage. It wouldn't be bad. It's quite the gold investment for that. Maybe like
I mean,
the
it
fifth
can happen.
item. Yeah.
Amar loves to farm, he loves his
True.
Midas. Who knows?
Oh, I'll be praying the whole game to see a Roshan with an Axe Blessing or something. Just give it to ATF, give us the memes, please, OG. We are going to go into those final bans here between these two teams. Nagasara banned out for Liquid. We see the Beastmaster being removed by OG. A couple more bans to come. Is there any particular heroes you guys think would slot in very well with these last picks for this draft?
5 seconds remaining.
See, so Liquid still looking for an offlane, most likely. They could still flex the Marcy on offlane and pick up boss 4. A lot of offlaners have been banned already.
Yeah, I think maybe if you look at what Boxy likes to play, something that can tie in with the Marcy aggressively could be nice. I believe the Tusk is still an option on hand. Maybe double melee doesn't feel too good against 2 ranged supports, and maybe a ranged core down line here for OG if they want that. But I think it's just the potential for aggression, right? Like, you've got so many ways to jump in. You can kind of cut off that backline save, try to play for the burst. And just looking at Liquid's draft overall, going for the Drow with Lina, the marksmanship on Lina, not the best. You're in interior, but it's just more attack speed. The right-click Lina build-up could feel really good here. And OG's solution is really just what? This Stampede away or blink forward with Centaur.
Yeah, the Lina mid looks very potent here for sure. One cool thing Liquid could do is lane the Marcy offlane with Lina support. I think that's a pretty good lane here, and it could go up for something like a Pango mid. It looks like a pretty good Pango mid game. He kind of ruins all the backline from OG. They have nothing to stop him once he's rolling. With his diffu, he's also very, very good against Lesh. I think that could be a really good pick here.
See if they do go for it. OG, one more ban to go before we can finish off these drafts. Think about it. I mean, it can be a bit confusing again because of the flexibility of Team Liquid's draft here. Maybe just another offlaner to get banned out by OG before we do get going. Because you just want to make sure you don't kind of get run over. We saw the Beastmaster banned out in the Lone Druid. You just don't want them to be able to set a pace that you can't keep up with here for the side of OG. Very, very scary when you're dealing with heroes like the Undying and the Lina and the Drow. And they just, if they get a decent laning stage, they just kind of go off and can set a pace you just can't keep up with here as OG. There's 10 seconds left for this last pick up there, thinking about it.
I'm not seeing a clean way for OG to kind of tie up that safe lane here, Celery. Anything that comes to mind for you that kind of handles how far Liquid can kind of hit with Lina Drow?
I mean, it's hard to say. He plays a lot of heroes. It depends. They do go for the Pango. Wow.
Yeah, good call on that flex.
Interesting. I'm not sure what OG needs right now. I think they're missing a lot of things in their draft right now. I think it's going to be really hard to deal with the Pango. Bloodseeker is still in the pool. It's gonna have a pretty good lane, I think. Lich Bloodseeker, that might be one of the heroes to have to go for. It's very good against Drow as well. Whenever you rupture this Drow, he will get threaded by Bloodseeker in the mid game.
They'll go for the Slark. There you go. OG looking very, very good here with this draft. I mean, both drafts are done now. I'm going to ask you both the hard question. Which do you think is the better draft going into this game one? If you had to give me an answer.
Ooh. I really like Liquid draft, but they put the Pango on the offlane. I don't really like that. I think I'll still go with them. I really like the draft they have. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm with Celery. I think just seeing how far Liquid can reach with Drow Lina, even though the Pango is off lane, not going up against the Leshrac, Lina versus Lesh is still a really nice lane to have. Maybe you get a little bit more now out from OG with a Slark. Like, you're not going to be completely zoned out just by the Pango and his spam. You've got some counterplay there with the Lich, which can be really aggressive. But I think Liquid's timings just look a lot sharper. And OG, those issues you mentioned, just jumping the backline outside of Stampede or a Blink is still going to be a bit difficult.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting. It's going to be a very, very interesting game. Of course, we do have the coach of Liquid standing ready with Slack, so we're going to head over to them and see what Blitz has to say.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. I am here with Blitz Dota. So good to have you again. Another tournament, another year, another Liquid versus OG. You faced these guys so many times before. Do you feel like you kind of know what they're going to bring out, or are they surprising you, especially at this tournament?
I mean, this is their first Leshrac pick, I think, in the entire tournament, so that was a little bit surprising, but not wholly unexpected. But yeah, I mean, we have a lot of familiarity with them. Obviously, Tommy was on our team, so...
Now, I know that your heart must be racing seeing that Centaur pick. The cart is extremely powerful. It is extremely viable. Will this be the first time that we see the Centaur cart? Are you ready for it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's super sick, especially since you suggested it, so I hope they just straight up rush it. No other items.
Yep, me too. All right, fantastic. Will we see the first card? Will we see Liquid coming out ahead? I hope so. Thank you so much, Blitz Dota, and we will run right into this game. Game number one.
Well, thank you so much, Slacks. We do get into it. Game number one between OG and Liquid, these fan-favorite teams. One of them has to go home today. Boys, it's an absolute pleasure casting with you both here at TI11. I can't wait to get this one started. Talk to me. I mean, we've already discussed the drafts. We've got a straight-up pause. This is a classic SEA pause, by the way, Celery. This is how you cast SEA Dota. But what are you thinking? Like, going into this laning stage, is there anything in particular we have to worry about?
I think the Slark lane will be very interesting. For that reason, I would have liked the Lina to be pos 4. I think that would have been a lot better against Slark in lane. But we'll have to see.
Boxy, please. I mean, they've got the right guys for it at the very least. We're used to it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a 2-hour pause, maybe 3 hour, hopefully not, but, you know, you could be ready for one. Could be the longest series just by virtue of a pause like that, but, you know, it can be a bit dicey.
I don't know why everyone's clapping, John. I don't know why they're clapping. Does everyone really want to sit here for 2 hours looking at a blank screen?
You know, maximize that ticket, get more games out, more Dota out per hour, yeah.
Hopefully no one abandons though. That would be nice.
Hopefully not. It looks like we are ready. The capital was there as well. We're ready to go very, very soon. So game one, you talked about the Slark lane, I believe. You wanted to see a pos 4 Lina. It doesn't seem like that's going to be quite the case. Mickey has taken the mid laner there once again. Yesterday we did see, and Gunnar was talking about this quite a lot. He wanted to see the right-click laner yesterday, and it actually was a magic build. What's your prediction this time? Does Mickey go the magic style of Lina, or would you prefer to see a right-click build this time around?
Personally, I'm more a fan of the right-click build. I think it scales a bit quicker, and it should be very good in this game. To OG not having the most jump for the backline. I think if he has magic, he might also have a hard time against SD ult, which will purge. He cannot self-heals. He's going to be very slow. I think a BKB should be one of his first items.
Yeah, I think it also just ties in with when you have the Drow, when you have the Marcy, you can just do a lot of damage just with the buffs around you, and you can just absolutely melt these heroes. So we'll see if that's what Mike opts for. It should be really nice. I love your point there, though. Like, the lane for Yuragi. Do you feel like that's something Liquid might just have to struggle with here with the off-lane Pango for Zai? Like, we've seen Zai multiple times before. He loves all his utility. He loves setting up for his team. Is he going to be able to find those timings here?
We talked a bit earlier about lane pulls. I think if Liquid can get some good pulls off, it might be a bit hard for the Lich to connect the waves, and that might give them a good lane. Their goal should be to probably go 50-50 in this lane. I think the Lich Lark should have the upper hand there.
We are going to see both teams hanging around that mid lane as per usual. Flags being placed by OG around the banner rune spots. No fights to break out, it seems. Though bottom side, maybe we do see something to break out. Not quite. In fact, they are trying a little bit. The K's around top side. Tiger, he could be in a bit of danger, but the slows aren't going to be too much at level 1. But Tumba, he does have the frost arrows, but or maybe it will be. They land another. Tiger, still running. Looks like he's going to be just fine, but quite a bit of harassment being dealt already.
Yeah, just shoves him away. They're kind of ready for that lane. You can see Insania again. 6-man goes ready, blocks the large camp here up top. So he's going to be able to set up to kind of enable that lane, stop them from trying to equalize here on OG's end at least.
Pretty nice start for OG. 3 bounty runs. It actually helps a lot, these lanes. Having a little bit extra gold, a little bit more regen, can snowball quite a bit.
Let's talk about the mid lane to get started. I mean, you've got Mickey. He's going to be against BZM on the Leshrac. Now, I think you mentioned in the draft, Mickey should have somewhat of an advantage against the Lesh just based on how much range you have to harass away from. Is there a way BZM can kind of even out or win this lane against Mickey?
Winning it is going to be very hard, but I think it's a very high skill matchup where if the Lesh does a really good job, he will go close to even. Overall, though, Mickey is an expert on Lina, so he's probably going to take advantage of this lane.
Tiger? What is Tiger doing right now? It's pulling the creep wave. Insania's pulling it too into the mid lane. All right, Celery, go on, analyze this. What's going on?
Yeah, this is a classic. It's
What is happening?
Double waves mid?
The SD really doesn't want to fight this Undying, so he's going for these wave pulls, and now, yeah.
Here we go. I mean, I've seen musical lanes before. This is a little bit different. A few more plays than I'm used to seeing rotating between these lanes, and yeah, all about the mid matchups of both mid laners. They get 2 creep waves instead of 1, and this is literally the mid player dream right here. Just the supports dragging more creeps over.
Don't ever see this.
Don't get any ideas, by the way, for your pub. This is not what you should be doing.
Ty.
Trying to run. Misha. Gonna be there. Boxy trying to get aggressive, but the Frostblast's gonna force him away.
I think the one thing with that movement from mid, right, you leave that solo lane for the Drow, so you end up having a pretty good time for Matu. He's not going to be harassed out by the CK solo. Maybe you get less creeps with a creep wave completely gone, but you've got a little bit more breathing room. You don't have to worry about the disruption set up into stun if they do want to run forward.
I think overall, OG is very happy with what happened with these wave pulls. Undying is one of the best laners. Against strength heroes, he will take the damage from the core, he will deny every creep. And when Undying is running away, this is a win for SD. SD is not a lane dominator, he will skill way better.
Bottom, that's a lot of damage being dealt, Zai. You get the swashbuckle away and actually finds first blood. Misha the one to drop. Thought Zai was almost guaranteed dead, but Zai able to turn around and at least secure first blood for himself. Matumba, bit of a chase up top. He's gonna be just fine though. Amar unable to connect.
Again, you're seeing what Celery said, right? Insania's always dragged away. He's barely spent any time up top. So even though you're leaving that free lane for the Drow, the CK is also feeling pretty all right. He's not being harassed out, he's not losing strength, and he is getting leveled. So Amar's just able to kind of soak away. He's not finding as much CS, but he's kind of keeping up with the Drow, so they're just trading evenly in farm. And solo EXP for the Centaur, it just feels a lot better.
Yeah, OG should be very happy with that. What happened on bot is very nice for Liquid, getting a kill, getting a first blood for them in a lane that should be quite rough. And we can see the Lina is having a really, really good time on mid this game. It's taking full advantage of all the extra creeps they got on mid as well.
Top lane, ATF, gonna make a jump in. Hoot Stomp is there with disruption setup. Matumba, he'll go for the cast, but Tiger, he's got so many stacks over, he will be able to pick up the Drow. They are really abusing the combination. As bottom lane, Boxy, he's gonna be just fine to walk his way out. Liquid still doing just fine down this bottom lane, but top lane seems to be a bit of a struggle now.
Yeah, it's when they can commit, right? It's that classic Centaur Shadow Demon combo. Disruption into stun. The Undying at level 2 doesn't really have much to save you. Level 1 Solar Rip can be nice depending on how the creep wave stands, but you can't threaten them away.
Another kill for the Bengal.
Bottom, they are going once again. Zai in danger. He's going to be able to walk away. They did pick up Misha down at that bot lane. It's Yuragi now. The one to be on the run, though. Zai moving back in with the toss back out from Boxy. Yuragi, he's the one in danger. Zai still going. They missed the rebound. Yuragi is trying to fight back, but is not going to be able to get it done. At least Zai does die for mid lane. This is a much bigger target. Mickey, top of the CS board right now. Top of the net worth, trying to fight back, but he might be the one to drop and does. Tiger with a fantastic rotation on the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, they're all over the map. That's such a big kill for OG. You were almost twice as much on Mika in terms of CS over BZM. So they needed to equalize there. They get the rotation out. It does come at the cost maybe of just throwing bot a little bit, but you do want that Lesh to go off to a great start. You mentioned it last time we were watching the last game there, Celery. If a Lesh doesn't go off to a good start, it does feel like it gets thrown off. You do need some farm.
Yeah, that was super nice for the Lesh. He's back now on net worth. It's very close. And this bot lane has been very interesting. I thought this would be a very, very hard lane for them, due to what happened in the lane at the start. Now it's just an even lane, and that's gonna be great for them.
Quite detrimental.
Yeah, the big thing in this game, I feel, is what happened with these wave pulls early. If you look at Undying's net worth, he tanked a lot. This hero spends all his gold on net worth for the lane, or all his net worth on the lane to win it. But when these waves got pulled, and he also tried to run mid, I think that was a big mistake, because now he's very far behind in net worth. The lane was not won, the draw is below the center. And he needs to try to find some impact real soon to catch back up. This hero does not really farm that much.
Yeah, that's the concern. Like, you mentioned that lane domination. Insania's hasn't really had a lane to hold on to. Still trying to trade with Taiga up top, and we're seeing a little bit of a back and forth movement here with Misha and with Boxy kind of checking in on mid, but it's a very even game start so far, despite the back and forth, despite the lane shenanigans. You know, 3-3, 1k lead coming out here. You do have Mickey on top of everyone else by a huge margin. Like, is that Lina timing? Is this lead by Mickey despite the death? Is that what they have to build around here for OGS, for Liquid as they go on?
It's going to be interesting to see what moves they'll make around it.
Not playing. Insania, he was disrupted up. Looks like Tiger just wants to try and retreat, but Insania still chasing it now. Foxy with the rotation. Tiger, well, he's still alive. Very fire out, trying to make it towards Roshan, but Foxy does secure. Now they're going for more. BZM going to try and trade, but unable to lock him down. Insania for a run as well. Bit slower. Will drop the tombstone on the high ground just to make sure they can't keep the chase going. It may affect quite a bit of gold back the way of OG. They still gaze up Insania, but they will not land the split earth. He's going to be just fine.
That gives info on that Obso. So instant D-ward coming out here from Foxy, and that should help them maintain some control in that top jungle. A lot of back and forth movement, early rotation out. They tried to go for bait play, but BZM doesn't quite find anything. At least he can just go back in the jungle and farm, and he is given room to do so.
Yeah, the main playmaker Liquid has is going to be this Spango. I think the Lina will need some more time. He's going to have his Falcon Blade complete, but you don't want to look to make some big moves with this hero. Potentially what Liquid can do is collapse with a lot of heroes on the mid lane and utilize their Lina in that same way.
Bottom lane, Zai still having a very good time against Yuragi. Again, this is the thing we weren't really expecting here against the Slark, but look at Zai! He's completely destroying this bottom lane, and you just almost can't believe it against the Slark, but Zai's making it look easy right now.
Yeah, they've just made so many moves across the map for that. They've had to leave Yuragi alone. They need to drag Misha around. He's trying to armor up mid to slow down the shove from Mika, and it is slowing down that right click, but it comes at a pretty big cost.
Mid lane now, they even find the Lich. It's not the biggest kill in the world, but they want something as Misha is going to get Lacuna. A very nice pickup from Mike, and it allows them to keep going for that mid tier 1 tower, as Mike would love to keep harassing. In fact, they want the fight. Tiger forced to run. The Stampede will allow it, but in comes Zai from the side. He still wants Tiger, and he's gonna find him.
Down bot.
Down bot as well. Matumba Man has rotated Yuragi, just getting swarmed right now by the side of Liquid, completely drowning his Yuragi as he does go down to the bot lane. Meanwhile, mid, they're still going. They found the Leshrac. BZM gonna try to run, but it's not enough. Liquid, they're flooding the side of OG.
They're all over the map, and Matu, he heads bot. The Stampede was up. Yuragi feels like he can go for that kill. 2 split up fights. Liquid found it all.
That was an incredible sequence. They collapsed the mid super well. The Drow realized top was not that safe anymore. Here comes bot. They even get the bonus kill on the Slark. It was super good for Liquid. The Drow is not putting himself at risk. He's playing at a safe spot. Center has a good time, but they utilize the timing they had really well.
What do you do now? Like OG 3-9, very slight net worth lead the way of Liquid. Do you feel like they're still okay in this game? Do they need to slow the pace down a little bit?
State of the game is looking pretty good for Liquid, I think. The Slark and the Drow will both need to catch up. Just keep farming for now. But their Lina is very high on top. Their Pengo is having a really good game. And this Pengo is going for what looks like a Vlad, potentially a Wraith back. They will have a really big timing once he gets this. I don't think they're on a rush to take this mid tower. They can make a move with Pengo ult at some point, but for now they should be happy slowing the game down a bit.
Bot lane, gazes out, but rebound is there. Foxy, he's got the unleash now onto the Lich. They'll find Misha straight away as Yuragi. He just can't catch a break. They'll toss him back with the dispose. Yuragi, he's going to keep trying to run, but Zai's right behind him. Still landing the swashbuckle with the multi-shot. It won't connect. It just may not matter. Foxy, right on target with a double kill here for Liquid. OG losing more bodies as time just goes on.
Yeah, that was OG clumping up first. They were the ones looking for that opportunity with 3 heroes lined up, 2 supports backing Yuragi this time around, and they still get punished. Liquid, they just respond so quick. They hit these timings. They have these leveled spikes that just feel massive, and they have so much AoE that even with a Shadow Dance, you're not really safe here for Yuragi.
Yeah, that was brilliant fight by Liquid. For OG, they should probably look to try to involve their center in the game. He's their most farmed hero. This is what can feel a little bit awkward about this hero at times. Is right now he is super strong. Like Liquid don't want to fight him, but they're not. They're just fighting on the other side, and for center it's a bit harder to connect. This Pengo TP's in. He has very easy spells to connect with in the fight, and they're abusing that fully right now.
Yeah, at what point do you feel like Omar is gonna take that initiative to join in? He's saving up for the blink. He's only about 700 gold away. Is that the call? Just wait for that initiation and start going?
Yeah, I think he's doing the right thing. He just needs this blink. Before that, you don't really want to join. If possible, OG should be a bit careful on the other side of the map until he has this blink, and they can just fight with him once he's ready.
And Matumba just having such a good time on this drow now, able to just really escalate in terms of net worth. Very far ahead of Yuragi, considering 700 gold right now on the drow. The drow, one of the slower farmers in the game, you'd have to argue, but to hit that level 6 mark, it does escalate quite a bit, and it's been a very, very good time so far for Matumba as he just continues hanging around that jungle. No real risk of dying here for the drow, as Boxy's always around to tank any kind of gank coming, allow him to get out. And speaking of that gank, it may just be coming. Misha is going to be there with BZM. They'll smoke up as two, head down towards the bottom side of the map, see if they can find the side of Liquid, but they've read the movement very well. They are going to back their way up, back into the triangle here, Liquid. Seems like unless you're willing to try and make your way through to that area, OG are going to find nothing with this smoke, and quite frankly, I wouldn't quite recommend going to the triangle of the die right now.
Yeah, I think OG needs to wait a second. Center has his blink coming now. They can look to make a move with this. Slark is queuing up the Midas, which I think is good. This hero, you talked about Drow not being the quickest farmer. Like, Slark needs to catch up, for sure. He needs to let his team play as 4 while he just catches up with this Midas.
Yeah, does it feel like it gets a bit greedy though? I mean, you talk about Leshrac also needing items, so you're waiting for this full Bloodstone to be up. At least the Blink will allow Amar to play, but you've got 2 farming cores there trying to get that build up, while for Liquid it just feels like they don't need as much to kind of get some impact here.
Yeah, Liquid is gonna hit a really, really big timing soon. This Pengo has his Vlad's complete, Lina almost has the BKB. So if they can collapse with these timings, take over the map, take the Roche, should be really good for them.
Big smoke up, OG. 4-man smoke through that dire triangle, trying to find a big target, but they won't find one quite yet. In fact, Insania, very good positioning. Ready to break the smoke, but won't find anyone quite yet. Oh, they found Matumba on the drow. That's the target they wanted. Insania just a second too early, and Matumba's gonna drop. OG able to immediately punish off the blink of ATF, and do you call that unfortunate? Just barely missing out on the Undying.
You can call it unfortunate. It was also a brilliant move by OG. They chilled, they saw the Undying, they just dodged them and got the perfect jump. That was really well done by them. Taking great use of their blink.
Yeah, and that gives them space as well to just shove in mid. Mid-tier 1 not standing so healthy here for Liquid. I'm not going to fully commit from the side of OG, but you can always threaten with that Leshrac now. BZM's got enough levels in the Edict that melting through the early objectives is going to be a lot quicker. And for Liquid, they didn't have a massive lead network-wise, so that does even out the game a little bit more. They are going for their smoke play here, though.
Yeah, down towards the bottom side. Who can they find there, though? Might rotate towards the left, but no, they are going all the way down bottom. Who are they going to run into? Oh, it's Yuragi. That's the exact target you want. Laguna immediately out. Yuragi going to try to run, but Sai on target once again, able to secure the kill, and Yuragi, he has no breathing room.
I think every single kill of Zai has been Yuragi. He's 0-5. Zai has 5 kills.
What's the worst that could
all
happen?
of it's just been on that Slark, and they've done a fantastic job of just suppressing. I mean, the Midas is still going to have to come out. You're going to need to eat a lot of space. He does have Midas, but the investment takes time to really pay off. And again, it's just back to kind of waiting for that Slark. So does OG have enough here to kind of buy that space 4v5? You mentioned they'd have to play that way. Bloodstone's almost done as well for BZM, so the tools are coming there. Is it enough against that BKB on Lina?
The X factor they do have is this SD, who is really, really farming. Taiga's having a really good game. He's trying to take over his Slark. He might do so. If Midas being ready while he's dead. Doesn't get a lot worse as a carry when you see this. Oh.
The massive Midas, it's a classic. What can you do? It happens. Mid lane, Liquid, they're going to start moving in, trying to apply a bit of pressure onto that tier 2 tower. It seems like they're aware that OG just aren't ready to force the fight, though I say that. They do TP in, they do prepare with ATF, they've even got the Bloodstone now up on BZM. Maybe this is the spike they've been looking for to try and force another team fight against Liquid. The question is, can they actually find them?
It's a bit rough vision-wise. They don't have that much reach onto the other side of the river here. Lots of sentries out from Liquid just to ensure that they're secure while farming up. So it's going to be a little bit of a dark smoke out. They will go for the play. They saw a little bit of movement up top from Zai clearing out the creep waves. Might find something juicy if they stick around to farm here on Liquid's end.
Towards the north they go. OG, the massive team fight. Wards are down. They've got the vision. They're going to see Boxy. They'll make the jump in onto the Marcy. Boxy, he's still actually a little bit of a tankier target. They'll purge him up, gaze him, and stun him up here with BZM. It's going to be a nice position for pick-off for the side of OG. Can they find more?
I don't think Liquid minds it too much. OG doesn't have any threat on the Roche right now. Liquid still has a nice ward on them, so they can just wait a second. They didn't lose any of their core heroes, so it shouldn't be too bad.
I mean, they could have easily found Mika if he just hanged around in that area nearby, but they pull back in the right time. Still.
Here we go. ATF blink in. That's a two-man stun out from ATF into the Stampede. This could be a great team fight for OG. They've already got Zai down. Insania dropping, but the Chain Frost not quite bouncing his way, but it won't matter. They'll find a second. OG. Very, very nice initiation from ATF as always.
Yeah, I mean, that forced out Mika's BKB. He forced to just BKB TP away, never feels good. You don't lose the biggest heroes at the least, and losing the Pango is pretty big, but you already have some initial items to play with, stalling out the Blink by maybe a half minute there with how close Zai is anyway. Yeah. So you still feel all-right-ish.
Yeah, these 2 kills are super nice for OG, but the big thing about this is you saw the Slark just de-warded 2 wards after that. They just took all vision away from Liquid, and OG just wants to buy some time right now, so this is gonna help them a lot. Liquid has no vision on map right now. It's gonna be quite tricky for them to get out on the map. It's still nighttime for 3 more minutes. I think Liquid should try to group up as 5 very soon, because right now they're getting outplayed on the map.
OG, there's your group up. Liquid, they're going to try and make something happen. A 5-man smoke up. OG, though, they've got a high ground advantage. BZM was spotted by Misha. He's going to break the gank. In goes the stun from ATF, trying to start on Boxy. He's such a tanky target. They're throwing everything but the kitchen sink at ATF, but he's still not dropping. Yuragi, meanwhile, he will back off at BZM. He's moving right back in. He's all by himself, however, and will drop. The BZM getting punished for his aggression. As Tiger, he'll be just fine to back out. But they do end up losing that mid-Leshrac as well as the Pos 5 Lich.
That just timed really well for Liquid. They managed to get the roll in with a blink reveal out from Zai right as Amar comes in for the stun. So they're not able to play around that. Immediate Stampede to try to retreat. And maybe a little bit of miscom. BZM's already up on the ramp. He's just trying to go for it by himself. It just kind of gives a bit of a freebie out to Liquid.
Yeah, he could have probably retreated there, but this fight was super nice for Liquid. It was a nice choke point for the Tombstone as well, giving all the vision that they needed. Now they got the Aegis, so that's perfect.
Where do you want to head now with this Aegis up for the side of Liquid? Like, is it just going to be that farming Aegis that we've talked about before? Is it going to be an aggressive kind of Aegis where you want to try and force the fights? What should Liquid be doing right now?
I would like them to group up again soon. I think they have really big timings right now. They got the big items that they need. And this Drow is not a hero that cannot fight. This Drow is very strong right now. I think they need to involve him. He has the Aegis, so he doesn't have to be as afraid of centaur jumping. So I would like them to group up, try to take back the map.
Yeah, I think just going back to how farmed Taiga is, I mean, he's got that blink up along with the Aether Lens. We're trying to rush into the Axe along with the Ghost Scepter. So you do have that reach, you do have that follow through to set up for Amar maybe, and just kind of try to run that Drow down. You don't have anything defensive yet for Matu, although.
Liquid, they don't see the side of OG moving in, but they do eventually find Misha, who does go into the Invis, but it won't matter. BZM, he's a bigger target. The Leshrac once again being slowed up, controlled up, and taken down. Liquid. Perfect fight for them as they find a double once again. More importantly, finding the mid Leshrac, and well, now they're onto the top tier 1 tower.
Yeah, I love how aggressive they're being. They're just grouping up as 5. They're going for a smoke off the back of that. Their position very well known, but Amar's pretty far forward if he's not careful. Might back off. Still, that opens up the map, right? It's forcing OG away from just pushing out waves. It's allowing you to take control and potentially maybe line up for a tier 2 if you find even more.
I like the way they're splitting them up. They're just letting their Lina play more as the Pos 1, since he has the travel, so he can always connect. And just move together with your Drow, take the map with the less mobile hero.
Tiger almost getting caught out there, but does manage to blink away just in the nick of time. Still Liquid moving very aggressively across the map, trying to take those farming positions of OG. So OG now have grouped up, maybe trying to think about a fight, but these last couple team fights just have not gone their way. As Liquid, they'll be the ones to back off. They don't have the vision to fight here. Gets them down eventually, but now Liquid, they will play it safe. It's still anyone's game. Like, you've got a 1k net worth lead for Liquid. It could go the other way very, very quickly. Even with the Aegis up as Liquid, they'll try to make the jump in onto ATF, but a quick blink up is going to make sure he's just fine. And I suppose with the Aegis, maybe you could try to pressure this bottom to 2.
I'm just sitting this here. Behind. Healing stock for you. I'm big AoE here.
Let's right now. Let's. Nice. Go.
Centaur TP out. SD. Go.
You heard that shouting. Lesh is the call. I suppose that's all you need to say sometimes. Just get the mid Lesh rack.
Yeah, I mean, again, the positioning there, not quite where you'd want to be.
ATF, big initiation in. He's found the Drow Ranger, but Matumba's been protected by Boxy. Can they get the Drow Alpha now? There's the multi-shot. ATF dropping low. Boxy still manning up here against Yuragi, but eventually will drops to Matumba. Somehow still alive onto BZM, but he's dropping real low now. The Aegis, it will go down. That's the first life. Mickey, who can he turn on? ATF, he's found the target. That's the one they wanted. Matumba, he'll get the soul rip, but it doesn't seem to be enough. OG able to punish real hard for Liquid as they keep going. Tiger, he's got the purge out. Mickey in big trouble. He's another great target, and OG have found it. In fact, they're not done yet, but ATF, he doesn't land the stun. Zai, he'll be on the run. Insania, he's going to TP under the tree line and will be just fine, but can they get Zai out of there? And the Pango, he'll get in the tree line, but the gaze is there. Lock him down and take him out. OG, they will punish the side of Liquid even with the Aegis up on Matumba, man.
That's the perfect situation for OG there, managing to really split up the fight. We saw, as you mentioned, you connect the Lina in with the travels, you come in with the BKB, but the saves coming out from Taiga, the investment in the Shadow Demon, with that disruption out, if you can't land the stuns, you don't really do much in that window.
Yeah, we could also see the strength here of the Lich armor in this fight. The Lesh is a lot tankier than you would expect. We know how good this Bloodstone is, how much he heals. But in this fight, we can really see this Lich armor adding up. And this Lesh is just walking in. They're not afraid of the Aegis. They took a nice initiative on the fight. And it really paid off here.
Yeah, you can see right there, Matu just tries to focus in. Gets a good Hurricane Pike use, but with a Frost armor up, he's just scratching BZM. It just doesn't do enough.
Very, very tough here for Liquid, trying their absolute best. But when you catch the Drow out, it's just so hard to try and turn the team fight. And ATF, as usual, just doing a fantastic job with his initiations. Always finding the target he knows OG needs to get before they can really force the fight. And with that now, OG, it feels like the ball's back in their court. They control more of the map. Bit of a net worth lead here with 3K. Liquid, again, it's still a very, very close match between these two. It just seems like it's almost like a tennis match. The ball's just going one way and the other over and over again. Dota Plus-wise, though, 73% the way of OG. Though I say that, it may change very soon because Yuragi is going to be spotted for a moment, but just with the Drow and the Undying, it doesn't seem like you could really make the jump in.
Yeah, I think the issue right now for Liquid is holding Yuragi down. He managed to farm up the Ags. He's caught up here on the Slark quite nicely above of Matu's Drow now in terms of farm. And just with all the pounces available, we've seen how much of a struggle it is for Liquid to catch these heroes out with the saves. And now the mobility of Yuragi, I don't think you're going to be able to slay this Fishman anytime soon. What's the solution to kind of keep him locked in with how far he's come after such a slow start?
Yeah, the downside of OG's draft was the early game and the lack of initiation they had till the Centaur blink. But at this point, the Slark might just go out of control. He got his items up. They have super good defensive supports to protect the Lesh. It's quite tricky for Liquid to take a good fight now. They need the fight to be slow, play around the Tombstone, let the Pango control them. So it might be happening.
OG, 5-man smoke up, they'll move in. Insania, he does get the Tombstone down just before he gets caught out. Yuragi will happily get to work, but there's Zai with a very nice rolling thunder. BZM, he'll get disrupted. They'll try to save the day for this Leshrac as he does BKB up and run. Somehow Insania in the middle of all this is still alive, keeping the Tombstone up, and BZM, he cannot TP in time. In fact, Yuragi, he was left behind. Boxy will try to chase, but won't be able to keep up. They will let the Slark go, but it's still a great team fight now for Liquid.
Yeah, they work. The smoke comes out, they get the angle, and you know, OG, they feel confident going in there. They're the ones kind of trying to be aggressive, but if you can't kill off Insania, and even if he dies there, the Tombstone is already down. Liquid were ready to collapse on top. They managed to get a good stun out from Mike, although.
Jump in, that's a big target, Mike. Gonna have the invis though with the Glimmer Cape as they go onto ATF. They'll try for the Centaur. Do they have the damage for this tanky man? ATF still tanking through it. Matumba, he's been jumped on. Yuragi trying to do it all by himself. He'll get the Shadow Dance off. Yuragi's not done yet, but might have to back. He doesn't have the defensive play anymore. Liquid, they will do the same. Decent job of kiting out of that fight. it doesn't seem like you're quite at the level yet where you can actually deal with ATF to start off the team fight.
Radiant are scanning.
Amar has nice itemization as well. He has the Halberd against the Drow and the Lina, which counters these heroes really hard if you get it off first. And the Lina could just not hit there for a very long time.
Yeah, it's holding off that damage, and I think that was the big issue as well in that earlier fight near the cliff ward, where you were disarmed on Matu when he had a Aegis life, and he just couldn't hit. Even if, you know, even if he was hitting, he wasn't doing that much damage anyway. And just all the armor coming out now in Amar, like you mentioned, Mike, if you do try to jump Amar with a Frost Shield up, with a Plate Mail on top, with a Vanguard, he does last a long time. It's really disruptive. You have to watch out for him because his constant hoof stomps are just annoying.
I think the longer fights is what Liquid wants to look for. The fight they won earlier where Insania pops his ult and Tombstone, and the fight is a bit slower. They play around the Tomb and the Pengo roll. These are the fights that they can win. They are not weak at all. But if the fight is too quick, it's very hard. They cannot burst heroes. There's too much defense on OG. If they could somehow kill these supports first, would be the best. But it's quite tricky for their backliners to get that close.
It's interesting you say that they want a longer fight as well, right? Because you're against Yuragi Slark, which I would assume, with the Essence shifts just being stacked up, I would assume it would kind of go the other way. In fact, hold that thought, because Zai is going to make the jump in onto Misha. They've got the dust up, so the Glimmer Cape not going to do enough. Tiger is there with the disruption, though. Meanwhile, towards the north, ATF, they're going to try once again onto the Centaur, but he is going to be able to stampede away towards the south. Who have they gone on? Boxy, he's going to BKB run. Mickey trying to chase. They want a target. They found a couple. They've got Tiger and they've got Misha. 2 supports to drop from OG. This is the fight Liquid want now. Problem is all the cores have already left the building.
Yeah, it's the targets you mentioned. You know, they managed to take the supports. They tried to collapse on top from OG. It doesn't feel like Liquid can do too much with this opening though, but they do manage to take control back of their jungle. And I think, ideally, this is what happens at the start of the fight, right? Just find these 2 supports and go from there.
That's the dream for sure. This fight is very nice. Now they have control of the jungle. The Roche is alive, and they're looking to capitalize on these supports being dead right now.
Roshan, such a big target to go for here. Would try to get started. Oh. Yuragi is going to make a bit of a jump in, but can pounce out. Still, they are going to chase with the gust. It will connect, but they don't have the lockdown. Yuragi going to be okay. He's just trying to slow down this Roshan timing. Problem is, it's so hard to fight against that Tombstone. The Yuragi, he's going to pounce in. It's too early, though. He's still going to try and force the fight with the Shadow Dance, but they're not aiming down Roshan. Or are they? Disruptions there by Matamba. He's got the Aegis up. Yuragi, still alive somehow, gets the pounce away. He will make it out for now as Misha will be the target that they go for, and they even found BZM. In fact, ATF, he got left behind as well. It's a decent attempt, but maybe just a little bit too early, and Liquid, they just play around it very well.
It just goes back to that AoE, right? You feel so confident on the Slark with 2 pounces around. He dances a bit. He gets caught inside the pit with a toss back, and the roll just comes in. His team was pretty far to try to save there.
Yeah, it's quite tricky. It's a very nice attempt. He didn't even die there on the Slark, but he kind of forces his team in there. It's a very close fight though. If it goes a little bit different here, maybe Centaur picks up the Aegis and the fight is different, because the Slark did not die here. But these fights are very hard to say. It's a very small thing. If Centaur gets it there, maybe the fight is different. It is on top of a Tombstone, so it's a really nice spot for Liquid to fight, because it forces the OG supports out of position if they want to get in there.
That's one thing I didn't notice as well. BZM was just caught out the whole time by Mickey and just bursted down on the left track. So you kind of had your eyes on Yuragi, but BZM had just been caught out right in front of the Roshan pit. And without that added damage and control of the left track, it's a bit rough to try and fight into the side of Liquid. Speaking of Liquid, they've got Gaben's Blessing, a double damage rune at the bot rune spot. It doesn't seem like they spotted out in the end, so it will be left for now. Right after Roshan, of course, as is standard, as is tradition. If they had that double damage, it would be a very fast tier 2 tower, but again, they just don't have the vision for it.
Yeah, it can still be a bit risky. There's some counterplay once the respawns are up from OG. And again, just back to that Lich that Celery mentions. Even just Frost armor on a tower slows down your push massively. You're not going to be piercing through any armor on that as a Drow. So you just kind of have to throw your bodies forward. And this is stalling out really good for OG. They've managed to get the respawns back up. They can go for a defensive fight if Liquid forces an issue. For now, we'll just kind of keep that farm game up and keep holding up here.
Liquid has a long time left on this Aegis, and he'll probably try to use this timing. Mickey is going for a very cool build. He'll go for the Pike now, bit of a later Pike. He just bought the Dragonlance. but it should be very, very effective against OG's heroes.
Upside, they do find Yuragi. They're also having a look around north for the Shadow Demon, but he is going to be able to TP out. So Boxy unable to close the gap to find his position 5. Boxy and Zai eventually just going to back their way out. I think you mentioned there's plenty of time for the Aegis to expire, so no real rush for them. They'll just take a bit of farm here, farming time for Liquid. 11 to 22 though, 4K advantage the way of Liquid. Still feels like an extremely close game between these two teams. But for now, OG definitely on the more defensive side.
Yeah, it will come down to how these fights go. If it's a bit of a longer fight where Liquid can stall out the defensive spells from the OG support, it should be very good for them. OG can get the jump and focus the right targets in a short amount of time. It all comes down to the initiation right now, who they can jump. But for now, OG should look to just stall out this Aegis, farm up more items. It's still a very good Slark game. The more items he gets, it's going to be very scary for this Lina and this draw.
What's the right target for OG to find? I mean, we've seen Amar get some really big jumps. We know Taiga can kind of set up and save as well. But what's the priority when you're OG dealing with Liquid right now? Who has to go first?
Yeah. Oh, light strike away lands. Mickey. Perfect stun out. Gonna keep moving in, but the halberd was there to slow him down as ATF. How can you get out of this one? Stampede is there. There's no way ATF. He's trying to run, but the shield crash slows him down, and eventually he will drop. Very nice stun from Mickey.
Oh, that's a big one. Just checking the tree line, man, just to find him. And again, without the Centaur and with Stampede popped as well, you've got the window here for Liquid to play without Aegis. Push more objectives, maybe just take control of the bot jungle, look for a skirmish if you so feel. OG not going to stay clumped up for that, just work the map as best as they can. And for OG, as you mentioned, it's all about stalling here, Celery. Any big items immediately available for Yuragi that you'd like to see to kind of help him deal with these scores?
Not an expert on the Slark items, he had Basher queued up, but
Yuragi, jump in, he found Matumba. Still very confident is Yuragi. With that Shadow Dance, he'll keep going for a little bit more. Take some stacks away, just pounce his way back up. But Liquid, they're moving back in. Tiger immediately bursted down. The high ground defense gets more difficult as Liquid, now in a 4v5 situation in their favor, will continue onto the tier 3 tower. And we keep saying it, but while the tombstone's up, it feels just impossible to try and fight into. Amar, he'll still jump in. They do find the Lina, but Boxy, he's in with a double stun once again. Misha, he'll gate the Chain Frost off, but it's not going to matter. It will bounce around and do nothing as they found Yuragi. BZM, he's going to be able to TP up, but Liquid, they're still onto that tier 3 tower. I'm not sure if OG really want to try and buy back for this.
There's no pressure, right? Like, tier 2 still stand, you lose a lane or Axe, trying to go for the end game here with the respawns, not really within the zone for Liquid, but you have an amazing time on Liquid's end. You still have the Aegis, gonna be expiring soon. You take one set of racks, you find that punishment. Like Amar, he tries to find that angle, it just doesn't pay off. For OG here, Celery, you saw that the way that fight unfolded. You mentioned it's all about initiation. Who is the priority for Amar? Because it's feeling a bit tough. Oh,
okay, again, it seems like that's the priority, though. ATF, he can stun all he wants. The problem is he doesn't have the backup as he's getting slowed up here. The Stampede, it's already over. All the stacks of hypothermia from Matumba Man just going onto Amar as he's trying to run with the Glimmer Cape, but they keep slowing him down. This Centaur just cannot walk away as BZM. They're going to try. It might be the last time here for the side of OG to try and give this a crack, but how do they get it done? It doesn't look good. They've got a couple buybacks, but with the racks under siege now, they'll be holding on to one more unless Liquid want to keep going. They could certainly try for those tier 4 towers if they wish, but will they? Yuragi, he's going to back off. Mickey, he's trying for the tier 4 towers. The Frost Shield is going to slow them down just a little bit, but that's all they can pretty much do here, OG. There's the buyback from ATF. That'll be enough for Liquid, I think, or will it be? They'll keep going onto the tier 4 towers. It's still a 4v5 situation. BZM is not available yet. Matumba, he's the target. He's got the BKB up, though. It's too hard to take the fight. Yuragi in that Shadow Dance, in big trouble. Misha already down. Yuragi controlled up. He is gone. GG is called. Liquid, what a dominant start to this best of 3 series. it was a bit back and forth as the game went on, but it seemed like Liquid, after they got that secondary Aegis, they just took over completely in this game one.
Yeah, and it was a pretty slow start as well for OG there, right? Like the lanes didn't quite go out the way you expected. Uragi had a really rough time. We saw that 5 kills from Zai, all on Uragi from the laning phase. And it was just tough. For OG, what do you feel like needs to be changed up a bit here before game 2 of Celery?
We should also give props to Liquid. These last few fights, they really played well around the 4 steps. This Lina at bottom, he turned around at the perfect time when they jumped him. They forced him out, and they set up the fight perfectly. It looked like a really good jump for OG, but these 4 steps disrupted everything. I think for OG, they should pick a little bit more early game. I think their draft, they actually got off to a good start, but it might be tough in the next time. In the next game, if they go for a similar style.
Well, with that, let's head over to our panel and see what they have to say about this game number 1.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We have a lot to say about this game number 1. Of course, Team Liquid took it here. We'll be going to a second game to see if OG can force out that third. A lot on the line. I don't need to tell you guys, but I will tell you anyway. Top 6 if you win the series, and otherwise you'll be left behind at 8. Here to break the game down, we got Jenkins, Lacoste, and Effie. Effie, this game, it started out with Liquid doing fairly well in the early game.
Fairly well. I think they completely popped off in that early game. And honestly, Boxy, throughout the entire tournament and in this game, just played such a good and aggressive roaming support. He was constantly mid, constantly loud. I felt like he was everywhere in those first 10 minutes, really giving Liquid the start that they needed. Because Lina had this Marcy to play with, Leshrac was never too much of a threat in terms of keeping up in farm or being strong enough to really exploit the Lich armor strat that OG really wanted to play with. Because if you look at OG's draft, they picked the Shadow Demon, right? And it's kind of an unusual Shadow Demon pick because the only thing that it really synergized with was to set up the stun on the side lane with Centaur, but it was more so a deny pick so they don't get their armor purged off. So I assume that potentially they were looking for something where they could pair up an illusion carry with the Shadow Demon, but they ended up going for the Slark and they pivoted completely. So for OG to have won this game, they really needed to just win the side lanes really hard and try to stall for as long as possible. And honestly, it looked good for them at some points, but Liquid were on today.
Yeah, Mickey on Lina, constantly on top of the net worth. As Effie mentioned, Boxy did enable him with those earlier rotations. But like Mickey is a type of a player that, you know, he's gonna take the farm, take some of the kills, and then dominate the game from start. He was on top of the network from the beginning until the end of the game, and yeah, I loved his itemization. This Falcon Blade from mid Lina does allow you to constantly spam your abilities and stay on top of the network. But I also want to point out Zai Pangolier. Pango was not a hero for a long time that could be played on the offlane to be successful. Like, people did try it out, but every single time, I think offlane Pango at one point during the group stage was 0-7, maybe even 0-8.
Yeah, I believe I heard this stat before.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, people figured out how to play Pango because, like, you need to have like decent matchup. He's not a strong laner, but I like the items that Zai went for. You know, going for this raid pack and just a casual blink dagger, because you have a shield crash and the raid pack. You can be in top of the fight, middle of the fight, and you're not going to be taking literally any damage.
Yeah, it was a strong game from Team Liquid. There were a couple of records close to being broken for Matuma Jenkins. His drought performance obviously very strong. He has a good team to back him up. Had a very good time. We got some statistics for Matuma on his, well, basically on his TI performance, because his Drow Ranger got him there here today. He is now
That's
second.
right, Cheever. This is the most all-time total kills. I thought it was Roshan kills we were gonna. Okay,
No.
that's way more.
He's not second. I lied.
This is a way more impressive stat than Roshan kills, which I think we're gonna look at. I'm spoiling a little bit.
No, it's fine. His Roshan kills were at 80, but I thought that this one was a little bit more interesting.
That's a spicy one. This one is, I mean, it actually kind of goes hand in hand in the sense that the carry wants to get that last hit on Roshan, get that little extra influx of gold. One thing I did want to mention about this game, just because I couldn't get out of my head watching it, was that crit interview where he was basically saying that, like, kills don't matter as much and in Dota, and it seemed a little bit like that at the start, where like OG was making no moves, they weren't farming, or they were still out farming, while Liquid was making all of the moves but getting nothing from it. Then they eventually took the Roshan, and then that made the game look a lot easier for them.
They really did make the game a lot easier for them. They were able to capitalize on it. And at the end of the day, it was OG, maybe also with a little bit unusual draft. We had not seen them play Leshrac yet, for example. And speaking of Leshrac, I believe that is a hero that Purge would like to talk to you more about.
That's right. Leshrac is one of the big heroes of the main stage so far. And the hero wasn't super popular before this, and he's still just decently balanced. But the big issue is the item that he uses. It's the Bloodstone. Bloodstone gives Leshrac almost everything that he needs. It gives him HP. It gives him mana regen effectively. When he pops it on, deals AoE damage, covers that base. And the third thing, it gives him really strong team fight, and at such an early time while also providing the other things. He can walk into fights like this, pop Bloodstone, eat CM multis, and it looks like he's taking 0 damage. So now you don't even have to worry about an enemy team exploiting your BKB less timing. And much like Shadow Fiend, a lot of teams have been pairing these like tanky magic damage dealing frontliners with defensive heroes, so that Lich armor helps keep him alive in the only way he can die, which is burst physical damage. The other hero that I really want to talk about that's still being trending, it's Crystal Maiden. We didn't see it this game because the slightly better supports got in instead, but she's just so effective at winning lanes. AoE nukes is going to apply damage to 2 heroes, secure range creeps, lower attack speed to make sure that trading goes better, and she also really applies really well kill setups, and in those mid-game team fights, she's great at setting up kills and providing really nice roots and other disables to ensure that you get some core pickoffs later on. And a lot of the cores as well, not very mobile, making her more survivable. So those are the 2 heroes that I think are worthy of being added into the Hall of Heroes to join Marcy, because frankly, they have lots of appearances since the main stage. Maybe the group stage, they weren't the most popular, but I mean, maybe it should be like a Bloodstone on a pillar instead of Leshrac, but this is fine too. Leshrac, you count. You have a great item just for you. Nobody else likes it. So yeah, that's it. That's the Hall of Heroes. So 3 heroes, many more to be added. Heroes of the tournament so far.
Heroes of the tournament for sure. Thank you very much, Purge. And the one that already was inducted earlier is, of course, the Marcy. And I mean, yeah, they think that's going to get bad next time around. I don't think there's any doubt about it. Boxy knocked it out of the park with that one. And yeah, we're going to find out, of course, what's going to happen in the second game of the series. But before we're going to do that, we are checking in with Slacks and Casey.
Yeah, we are continuing our journey through the audience to find as many people as possible. You're being a little creepy about it, though. I don't know if you've noticed that.
What are you talking about? I'm not creepy. Am I creepy?
From a mile away.
I don't know.
Yeah.
See, he said he doesn't know. Okay, that's not unfortunate, but you know what's not creepy, my friend? Our cool-ass tats. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I found a bit of a celebrity here. Show the boys a holy moly! Straight from Dark Creek Prison. What is your name, sir?
Richard.
My goodness, that is the biggest, coolest tat I've ever seen. What prompted you to get the Slarky Malarkey?
I don't even play Slark, just looks cool, so you know.
Well, you're damn right about that, son. It looks cool as hell. Now, that's not the only one, right? We got another one down here. Oh, my God, the Bloodseeker as well. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot of people cosplay. This man's cosplaying every goddamn day. This boy, give it up for him. Real Dota fan. Oh, thank you very much. You know, I actually have a tattoo myself.
No.
Is that not good?
Back to you, back to you, back to you.
Take it easy, come on.
Back to you, back to you.
The people want to see.
No, they do not.
Come on.
The people don't even want to hear. Get out of here.
Okay.
Get out of here. Thank you very much, Casey, for preventing eternal trauma, I think, on a lot of people's...
Could have been a ban as well. I think the channel, we cannot be coming back to you here.
Close to a ban with the Slark tattoo, which is top-notch, by the way. That was high-quality tattoo for sure. And Slark, we also saw, of course, in the previous game just now, did lose. But we don't get to see Slark in the meta that frequently, so I think a win is a win. You got him on stage. That's as far as it's going to get for now, maybe. Matumaman is also a very good Slark player. That's how he got known with them. Anybody remember 4 anchors and a sea captain?
Oh, yeah, back in the day.
Was that the Finnish stack? The full Finnish stack?
It was a lot of Finns. Yes, it was a lot of Finns.
That was a play on the 4 friends plus Krilly, right?
Yeah.
that was the original.
One also rings a bell. But I feel like Slark was not able to, like, do what he's supposed to do in the game, because he was never like this new build on Slark works really well when you get to the point with the Aghanim Scepter, recent changes to Pounce, or you do get your Essence Shift stack instead of doing the damage, and then like you want to poke, you want to go in and out picking up the shard, so you want to reset the fight, but there was never really like a follow-up, because the rest of the team needed to go in, use the BKBs, and just play with the team, and didn't just shoot the way that they needed to play to be able to win that game. And like also having some AoE control as well. Pango does quite a lot, and so does Lina with the LSA. Like they did manage to control the Slark.
But not only that, right? In regards to the Slark, he bought a Midas, and that's typically what a lot of Slark players have been doing, and you do see it work out. And the problem with the Midas is that you're going to slow down really hard versus a team like Liquid, who are going to look to exploit those timings. And because you're playing with a Centaur and Shadow Demon, those heroes don't do that much damage, honestly. So when Amar did get the Blink Dagger, there was that one really great fight in the top lane where he set up for 2 kills, and it looked nice, but that was about it for a while, right? Up until the point where Liquid overextended all the way to the bottom of their jungle early on, there weren't really any fights that looked great for them, and everything was just too slow. So I didn't see the innate synergy in that Shadow Demon within the draft, right? I have more of an issue with that than I do with the Slark.
Now, we know that OG has got a good support system around them, so when we're talking about potentially coming back, forcing that third game, it's not going to lack on speeches, Jenkins. I think they got that covered.
Yeah, well, the unfortunate thing for OG is we have heard from Amar in the past that he does indeed not listen to those speeches, and they're a bunch of bullshit, basically. But, OG, they have a lot of ideas when it comes to drafting and how to, play the game better. I actually think that the Lina plus Drow looked really strong against Leshrac. It's just 2 heroes that you run into on Lesh, you're like, I'm going to run in Bloodstone, and it's like, okay, we'll kill you. You're not even going to Bloodstone off of us. Their range is too long to Bloodstone off of them.
That's why Terrorblade is considered the counter to Leshrac to one extent, because before, people thought, oh, I'm just going to pop that, my ulti, run in. But Terrorblade, like, he hits his timing, especially the Scotty timing, where you're unable to get close to him. He just outranges you. And if you have an extra hero like they did, Drow Ranger plus Lina, you just take way too much damage and die. And we can hear in the comms also just yelling, Lesh, Lesh, Lesh.
Lesh, 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 and that Lesh died quite harshly. It was, of course, first phase pick coming out from OG. We're going to find out soon what will be the openings for our second game, as we are seeing the teams taking their places back on the stage here at the Suntech Arena. It is a lot that they are playing for. I want to highlight again the friendship that they have. I think that is forgotten at this moment, though, because there's only one thing that counts, and that's the game. They're going to be full focus coming out on this one with, of course, Matsumaman. He is, we're going to see at least 2 more games guaranteed for Matsu. So that's always good. We're having Faith Beyond, of course, also in the lower bracket, another player that has the retirement looming. And the longer we can get to see them, the happier we'll be, Effie.
I mean, it's just really sad, right? Regardless of which team wins, there's no way we're not going to be upset. I mean, today is just a really brutal day.
It is. It is. I mean, we can only take 4 teams with us to finals weekend, and there were 8 teams remaining at the start of the day, so we need to cut it in half.
I mean, that's the nature of TI. The teams that you love, the players that you love to follow are going to be brutally crushed, and they're going to have their spirits broken, and so will you as a fan. Except for the winning team, and nobody knows who that's going to be.
Unless you hate 19 teams, you're going to be sad like at least 10 times.
That's really, yeah. There's obviously more teams losing than winning. That will always be the case.
I would hope so. I would hope so.
There's many more teams that lose than win. But I mean, when you think about it, it's really brutal because all of these teams come into this competition with these enormous dreams and these enormous hopes on their shoulders, and they're all feeling that's such a what if. What if it's us this year? What if it's our year? And when it isn't, when you suffer that loss on the main stage, it is so crushing.
Absolutely. Because we did have so many underdogs storied throughout the TI history that, even coming in prior to TI where you didn't do like as good as maybe you expected, but in this TI, you're like, you have a mindset that you're going to win the whole thing. Otherwise, you're not going to win it.
Yeah. That's the most soul-crushing thing about it is that if you don't believe, you won't be good enough. You won't be confident enough to beat the people that do believe. So it makes it all the more soul-crushing when they
That's
lose.
deep, Jenkins. That's really deep.
But speaking of confidence, something we briefly touched up on earlier, but didn't really discuss at length was...
Well, it is time. Hold that thought, Effie, because we're getting into the draft for the second game of the best of 3. Let's get started with that.
Team Liquid versus OG. Game 2.
I think the majority will agree that we would love to see a third game between these two teams, as they have been playing some very entertaining Dota, and it would be sad to see either of them. And in this case, OG, of course, exited in a 2-0 against a team they are so familiar with. We know they can do it. It would be soul-crushing if indeed they don't do it.
Yeah, she I have a really good point to make here.
Okay, go for it.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Effie.
No, Jenkins, I really want to hear your really good point.
Yeah, what I wanted to say is... just kidding.
Lacoste, please say the thing. Nothing?
Do a joke. Do a joke, Lacoste.
I do have to point out, by the way, Marcy is still in the pool. Sorry,
Effie, as you were. As you were.
And not anymore.
Okay. So the thing is, you look at OG, I don't think we've given these young players enough credit yet just for how they've played on this main stage, because you look at OG and this is a 2-time TI winning organization. So you look at it as if it's just a veteran team sitting on the stage, but it isn't. It is not. There are 4 first-time TI players here, and they're all so young, and they all must be so nervous compared to Liquid, who are all veterans. I mean, I really do think that...
I'm sorry.
What's happening?
Look at his stack of papers. Why does he have so much paper? I know it's an OG meme, but does he need that much?
Stop putting on camera. It's so distracting.
Also, what does he do to the papers? It's not like he's
He
making
can't even
airplanes.
see anything on it.
There's some... No.
He's for real, though. That's the thing. He's for real. I remember Seb telling me at the major that or actually Amar told me he sleeps for only 4 hours because sleep is a waste of time. And then Seb was like, please tell him to sleep, please. I've been trying to convince him to sleep for 8 hours. He won't do it. This is real. These are actual draft papers.
Hey, it's got him to top 8 at TI. Don't make fun of the boy. And he is one of the youngest players here. This is incredibly impressive that he has that much prep to begin with.
Yeah,
James, I don't see any papers.
I don't see any papers on your desk.
I'm not making fun of him. He's like an eccentric billionaire type. You know what I mean?
That's true. That is
He's like just does this crazy things, but he's so good. That's what's funny about this.
That's very true.
It's like this is a bit, but it's not. This is real. This is his real notes. It's amazing.
It is amazing.
Good for him. We respect the grind over here.
We do.
But
Sleep, though.
he should.
You should take a note, Jenkins, and do the prep next time.
Go ahead, Effie.
I don't even know what I wanted to say anymore. You
I got the Leshrac Tuskar combo. Tuskar hero that we were seeing a lot more. Wow. Okay.
Tuskar and Huskar.
Yeah, that's an Amar specialty right there. I'm going to see some offlane Huskar today. It looks like.
It is an MR specialty. I gotta talk about this because the start of the tour, the start of the season, start of Tour 1, everybody's like, OG picked up these youngsters, Misha as a captain. We only saw him as a coach until that point. Taiga joined them and was like, how far can this roster go? And then this Huskar came out for Amar and he crushes with it. It's one of his best heroes.
He definitely knows this hero to the limits and how to play it. And we see this all the time in these game twos, these potential elimination games.
Comfort.
That's when the comfort pick comes out. The pick that you've won so many games on, you just ask for it and you go for it. We saw it with the sniper yesterday. We've seen it with Pudge. Now we're going to see it with Huskar.
Yeah, we heard Fate Beyond also talking about, this is the potentially last game of the tournament. We better pick our comfort heroes. They did pick Axe for himself.
It worked.
And it worked really amazing. So this is what OG is doing here. Maybe it's time to get rid of Pudge Jenkins. Pure damage against the Huskar, Aghanim Scepter, reducing some healing. They did ban out Shadow Demon and Ancient Apparition, so for now they are protecting this Huskar pick.
I'm very excited for this.
You know what else is good against Huskar? Bit of sniper action.
That is true. That is very true. And both Sniper and Pudge, Liquid does like him.
Sometimes at the same time as well.
True.
And I'm more confident in this Leshrac on the side of Liquid than when OG do play it, to be honest. And they got Boxy, one of his comfort heroes, the Tusk. We saw how effective he was in his ability to coordinate with his mid laner last game, so I expect to see a lot of the same collapses on mid happening. And depending on how well this Leshrac does, I think that it could be potentially very easy to just take that mid tower and potentially translate into kicking Huskar out of the triangle. You don't necessarily have to divert your attention, if you are the Tusk and the Lesh this game, to invading the jungle early. You can just choose and opt to park that triangle and not give Huskar again.
What I like about Amar and the way he came into the scene is not caring about what he's playing against, because he's gonna first face Huskar and he's gonna get tested. He's gonna have this is good, this is bad matchup, but still he wants to play it. One of the reasons why he's so good, because he knows how to play from behind as well, and he knows the matchup. This man just grinds Dota.
I do have to say though, Huskar, also a greedier type of hero. Yeah. He can't play that blink initiator type of role up until he gets items later on, especially Ag Scepter, for a very long time. He needs to sit down and farm. He needs a somewhat advantageous lane, and he needs his team to be able to play without him for a while, especially if that lane goes badly. And of course, it's not a Wraith fact hero. Again, classic. OG don't have that hero to build the auras for them, so they're going to need to pick some very macro-intensive heroes for the rest of OG. I think BZM's Invoker yesterday was incredibly impressive. I mean, to this day, I think that was one of the master classes of Invoker and how to play on a bigger scale, not just how to click your buttons.
Yeah, he had 2 games where his Invoker was just insane, 0 deaths.
And also, first facing Huskar does put a lot of pressure on the other team, because whatever you planned to pick, you're definitely not gonna go for it, because there's this X hero on your screen that is screaming, "Oh, we need to
counter it."
Yeah. If you had 3 different options of what you want to go for, probably you gotta throw it in a bin and just scratch it and start all over again.
But it seems like they're comfortable going for picks that they have already been playing, right? They bring out the Crystal Maiden that they've also played to success. Oh, the Ember comes out. Interesting. So this does play more of a macro game as well, but it is kind of dependent on a lane matchup too. It can't necessarily have a really bad lane or die a few times, and it can't do anything for Huskar in the case that does happen. So OG have to make sure that no gotcha pick comes out here from Liquid.
And I really like what Effie was saying too about what both of you were saying about the way to deal with Huskar. Okay, so this is great because not only do they counter it in lane, which I think is a place that you can punish the offlane Huskar, it's also something that benefits from this guy being low HP for the entire game. Bloodseeker's going to be constantly hasted. Once he gets that BKB, none of these OG heroes will really deal with him. So that's a perfect pick.
Yeah.
And also,
go ahead.
No,
go ahead.
No, just the early rush that Huskars tend to go for, Huskar teams try to set up for with the armor toggles and whatever, you will get vision of that from the Bloodseeker. So it exposes a lot of the map movements that you try to do there.
Look, you also do have decent Roche-taking lineup with yourself. Having a tag team, Crystal Maiden, you know that the heroes will have enough mana plus Leshrac. So if you take a fight near Roshan, taking away Aegis from Huskar is kind of a big deal. But to go back to OG's side, they are drafting against this Tuskar. There are potentially rotations. So you have a cookie, you can get through the shards, so you can get a toss back. But a lot of those abilities are movement abilities. I'm not saying that Bloodseeker has, 4 rupture charges, but if someone is ruptured, like Huskar, this is not going to save them. This is going to deal a lot of damage to them.
Okay, so a hero that could stand and fight against the Bloodseeker as a carry. Sniper, he's still in the pool, but I don't know. It's weird. It's a little bit weird with these other heroes that OG has. I almost feel like you need a playmaker just because your offlaner is a Huskar. So
OG's a greedy. They have these 3 cores that always do get a lot of farm. I think having Tiny plus Snapfire, you can always do something around the map, especially Snapfire, because this hero scales so well, and also Ember Spirit. He is a hero that can easily rotate, so I think you can fit in something greedy in here.
The thing about Tiny is that in the past, it felt a lot easier to play this Tiny and get that early blink and get those kills, because the way that you play this hero now is most 4 Tinys just buy the phase boots and they try to fight for the blink dagger. You will never get a lane, and a lot of players now know how to counterplay Tiny. They know to not get tossed back in the lane. They know how to kite around it. So Tiny's job becomes a lot harder. And they are a little bit dependent on this Tiny's Link dagger timing too, if they're going to have the two supports be the crux of their map movements.
Yeah.
So I think somehow, maybe if these two supports can play around mid and try to secure Ember's game, then that could probably be OG's best approach into opening up the map for themselves, because you can't play against, you can't play for this Husker early on, and I don't really think that you can secure this carry matchup.
Yeah, definitely. Like Ember, if he's got a good game, then yeah, he can be all of the playmaking that you need. But if OG does want to go for something that's a little bit less greedy for Yuragi, they actually have played him on the Broodmother. They've played Nature's Prophet, so there are options for him that are... SF is still unpicked.
But also kind of has a really bad win rate on the main stage.
Yeah, but you know, you want some kind of fast-paced sort of carry that will win lane.
Sure.
I would be very scared for them if they went SF here, honestly. I think there's a lot of ways to get on top of it and punish it early on, especially when you have a Leshrac too, who can easily move to SF's lane early on, kick him out, and take his tower. And the problem is, OG can't secure this pick because Liquid have last pick. They have the last pick offlaner for whatever they go here.
Yes, so they need to show. I mean, if they need something that plays a little faster, Monkey King is an option, a hero. The problem is you don't know the lane matchup. And they did ban out Beastmaster, Death Prophet, because they are not the ones with the last pick, so like Death Prophet could suit in easily, especially with the Tusk combination, so this one makes a lot of sense and would give even more momentum to Liquid, so liking this last ban from OG quite a lot.
Really thinking about this one.
They really are.
And this one is really rough. Because there are still a lot of Zai's heroes open in the pool. Obviously, the key one and Enigma being taken out and the Beastmaster, but they could still opt to go for the Tidehunter route.
Nature's Prophet coming out. We've seen Yuragi played against RNG in the group stages, and they did come out on top for that one.
I think this is probably the best thing that they could have done, because this is a really strong laner. It's going to be hard for them to give this hero or give the last pick hero on Liquid a good lane versus Nature's Prophet. Very few heroes can say that they have that. It can also join in the fights early on. We were talking about how OG needs to enable this Huskar to sit back in the triangle and farm, so they need a more active style of carry that can just teleport around the map, take towers, play with this Tiny if he does rotate to the mid lane.
It's fast-paced.
So go ahead.
No.
Sorry.
Primal Beast is still in the
pool. In the pool, but I'm thinking about maybe Tidehunter. Something. I don't think you need to match up the team fight. It's cooldown dependent. On the other side, these heroes can fight all the time from OG, but I feel like maybe just pick it for the lane, because you're playing with Tuskar. A lot of these ranged offlaners have been banned. Some heroes that Zai did play don't really fit into what they have right now.
Or a ranged hero like Viper, potentially.
I see a lot of smiles on this camera, by the way. There's some good vibes being spread around on the team.
Yesterday,
Drum roll.
Yesterday they said they wait as long as possible.
They have their pick figured out already.
And they like to troll Matu, so they like to wait as long as possible with the reserve time. I think potentially they could go for some ranged offlaner with Tusk, maybe a Viper.
They go for the Brood. Ooh, that's an unexpected one.
Into Ember, which cleaves through all of the spiders and sleight of fist for about 30 seconds straight.
And the snap with the kisses and the Tiny, there's a lot of wave clear for the spiders. But
good in lane.
But Brood can do a lot in terms of moving around the map, like especially connecting her webs from whichever lane side of the map she decides to take over to Roshan.
Well, let's find out how it's going to get played out. We're heading over to Slacks first for an interview with the coach of OG. It's Chavash.
Thank you so much, Sheber. I am here with Chavash, of course. Big emphasis on the laning phase in this draft. It looks like that Huskar came out, but they answered with the Bloodseeker. Are you nervous at all by that counter pick? Do you think that that might cause some issues?
No, only Bro to make me nervous.
All right, and does it make you nervous at all?
Just a bit.
Okay, just a little bit. Now, I was sitting right next to you when you saw that Broodmother last pick. Typically, coaches will go, like, oh no, it's Broodmother. But you, Stone Cold Giga Chad, are you worried in any way about that Broodmother?
A bit.
Okay, a little bit. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's see if OG can take this one out and get us to our end game. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our casters.
Thank you so much, Lex. We do get into it. Game number 2 here between Liquid and OG. OG have brought out something different. Of course, Amar, the Filipino, the 16-year-old with 60 years of experience. John, talk to us about this hero.
It's the Filipino Huskar coming out from Amar, the Filipino, of course. Gonna have to live up to that TI legacy that happened last time with the Huskar. So keen to see what happens. You know, it's a bit left field coming out there from OG. Gonna be interesting to see just how much they can get. Of course, we have seen Amar play that Huskar multiple times before. So they should know what to expect. You know, it's really aggressive. They've kind of kicked up the pace here on OG in comparison to that game 1. So do you feel like the corrections here in draft are enough to kind of play this fast-paced game that Liquid has been bringing out?
This is still OG style draft, but it's a lot quicker and better in lanes. So I think they did a really good job. The interesting lane is probably going to be Huskar against Brood if they lane it like that. I'm not sure how that lane is going to go. Brood really wants to hit, but Huskar has a disarm, so that should be very, very interesting.
I wonder if there's level 1 team fight to come out. Looks like ATF is not interested whatsoever. Liquid, they might be more than happy to oblige with a level 1 team fight, but with OG's heroes, it doesn't seem like they've got the greatest level 1 team fight for now. Of course, with those Brood Mother stats, not bad at all. I mean, 64.3 and 57.1%, 60% overall wins. You heard Chu talk about it as well. It's the one hero that frightens him just a little bit. It didn't react too much to it, but it is still very scary. And as you can see, Zai, 100% win rate overall here on the Brood.
Yeah, he's had a fantastic time with a lot of heroes. Like again, yesterday we saw his Enigma take its first loss. It was on a massive win streak as well for Liquid while he was on that. So Zai's just been kind of setting that pace. I'm more interested to see Boxy back on that Tusk because he had an amazing time. Although
Tiger tossed up, that's a good start. Mike, he's going to try to run. Shards are out as well. Boxy, he's very good on this Tusk. We saw it yesterday. It's going to be a lot of damage out onto the Tiny, but nothing to write home about. In fact, they even denied off the banner rune here with Yuragi. So in the end, how many banner runes did they actually pick up?
2 for 1. Nice 2-for-1 start in the favor of OG, so they're going to be feeling a little bit better going into those lanes. Just have a little bit more to play with as we do take a look at that mid. Mike up against BZM on the Ember. You mentioned this, Ellery, it's not the worst laning matchup, right? Like the Ember can kind of dance around this. Do you reckon that overall BZM should have a better time, or should it draw kind of close to even here?
I think some Leshracs can win this lane when they're an expert at this matchup, but overall it should be a free lane for Ember and Lesh. They should both farm, and it's a really, really good Ember game. So even if he would slightly lose the mid lane, I think OG is perfectly fine with it, since there's almost nothing to lock him down in the mid game.
Bot lane, damage being dealt to Matumba, but can be no kind of jump in. Tiger, no angle here for the toss back into Amar, and it doesn't seem like he's more than happy to get fighting yet. Meanwhile, Boxy, a nice little creep pool going on here. Trying to reset the creep equilibrium on his side. Just let one creep through his bottom lane. ATF going to take a fair bit of damage, but is going to be okay in the end.
Yeah, he starts to drop low, and this is where the Bloodseeker starts to feel good. You don't have the Thirst up yet. We do have a lot of early damage and slow is coming out from the side of Liquid, whereas for OG, with a Huskar and a Tiny, it does feel like you need a lot of EXP, a lot of levels to really start to play here, doesn't it?
This bot lane is going to be very interesting, I think. If the Bloodseeker and CM get on top of this Huskar, they might just kill him. But if they don't kill this guy in time, and they get some prospects on CM with the disarms, it could go either way, I think. I'm not sure how this lane should go, or what's going to happen.
Let's look at the top lane, perhaps. We haven't really talked about that one at all quite yet. You can have Boxy there on that. In fact, hold that thought. That's a lot of damage coming out onto the Tiny. We can have a look at the top lane, though. Boxy once again pulling a creep wave over. Misha unable to really slot down, but just trying to get the aggro of the creep wave. Oh, he's got it as well. Very nice play from Misha, but what a great shards out from Boxy. In the meantime, Tiger does end up going down. I love the shards plays from Boxy. He's always got some kind of concept, some idea to try and get the advantage. And once again, we do see the pull work out in the end.
Yep, they just get that EXP they need on Boxy, trying to get that build up, get the space they want for Zai. Yuragi, he can kind of twack away, but when you're in that field, when you're in the webs, Zai is not going to feel too scared of trading. He can always run up with Insatiable as well, especially if Misha's dragged away without anyone to stop the Brood. She can kind of get on top of that NP if you're not careful.
Yuragi could be a fair bit of damage. He's just trapped up, standing his ground, trying to TP away, but the snowball is going to stun him up. Yuragi, he cannot make it out. It is going to be a very strong kill for the side of Liquid.
Very nicely done. This Brood is a lot stronger in lane now than what everyone's used to. With this insatiable hunger getting a lot of buffs, and the more levels it gets in it, the harder it's going to be in this lane. You would think it should be a chill lane for Friend, but they have a lot of kill potential.
Boxy, he never stops this bloke. Boxy's always going. Snowball not going to connect on Misha. They will still chase with Zai, but Misha is going to be okay. Getting a little bit greedier there with the Snowball from Boxy, and sadly for him, it does not touch the Snapfire.
Just trying to go for both targets, maybe shove Yuragi all the way back once more. Does give some room to go back for Misha, but it's all the way back to the base for him. Having to TP home, has to walk up with regen. You have that window for Liquid to still maintain that aggression up against OG here.
I think overall, it looks like a pretty good start for OG in the lane. The Ember is having a really good time mid. He's going more than even. He was doing a really good job on the first few waves. He really wants to get one water window. Looks like Liquid is not going to give it.
They certainly are not. Mickey does take it. How important do you think BZM is going to be here for the side of OG? Like, is he the guy that needs to create the space for Amar and Yuragi to kind of get that farm going? Or is it all on ATF to get that farm going? Does Yuragi just kind of join the team early?
I think this Ember will be making all the space. I think the Huskar and the Fern will be farming up. Fern will be ready to connect at any time. And this Ember has a really good game. So once he gets his level 4 in Slide, I think he'll walk around the map with his supports and cause havoc.
Yeah, I think that's the big one for OG. You have a lot of aggression that can come out. In comparison to game 1 where you were farming a lot more, trying to get that build up on Lush, you're not as worried with Ember. You just need a couple of items up and you should be good. Although Amar kind of being surrounded.
He certainly is. It's a lot of damage out. ATF, he's going to drop. Mickey with a nice rotation as Yuragi top lane. Also going to go down. Once again, Liquid just dominating every single side lane of the map. We saw this last game as well. OG just off to a slower start.
And that's a bit worrying. You have a bigger snowball start that can come out here from Liquid with this kind of draft. Right? You've got Boxy back on that Tusk. He's got some good timings to meet as the support, and considering how good his lane is, he's probably going to have a pretty decent enough blink timing in this game if he's just allowed to kind of have this impact. You already have Yuragi going into the jungle, so you're just ditching out that Broodmother lane, but considering the space for Zai, and that's a lot of utility that he can just build into here.
Yeah, Chu said he was a bit worried about the Brood. Now he's a little bit more worried, I think, from this start. But the good thing OG has, if they can get some good power runs on this Ember, he can probably shift towards the Brood lane, and the Furin doesn't have to sit there, because it's going to be very scary for Furin.
Yeah, it can be really annoying. We're already seeing him shoved away. He's really behind in CS as well here for Yuragi in comparison. You just have such a dominating lane coming out from Zai. They are still trying to poke and prod down bot. You mentioned not quite knowing what you'd expect from the Huskar Titan lane. Do you think this is what you were expecting though? Like Matumba is still kind of finding farm. ATF not really able to stop that too much.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of 50-50. They got a nice kill because Bloodseeker is getting a lot of speed from the other lanes. But I guess they didn't really snowball. I thought there was some snowball potential for OG if they got some good tossbacks, but it seems like the nukes from the CM and the Bloodseeker are enough to equalize the lane and just keep on farming.
Liquid, top 2 net worths on the board right now. Easy, or rather, Leshrac, Mickey, and Zai. So strong of a start. See what they do get going. Like you almost expect another side lane gank very soon from the side of Liquid. But now they are paying respect to OG. Mickey just getting his own farm up. No rush for him. Zai just completely controlling the top lane, as you do want to do on the Broodmother, and I imagine it's going to be quite a fast tier 1 tower to be taken here by this Brood. It doesn't feel like you've got the greatest ways of defending, though they are grouping up a bot lane. ATF in trouble once again as Matumba going to move in, but there's a split team fight going on. Top lane, another fight going on as well. ATF's going to be fine. It seems like Boxy's the one to drop up at top. BZM able to secure 1. Zai unable to secure the Snapfire kill. Instead, he will be forced to try and run away from BZM, but he's going to be just fine. OG, they do at least get a Tusk kill for their trouble.
Yeah, the more important thing is, now this tower would have already been dead if the Ember didn't go here. So he's going to slow down the Brood, and it makes a lot of space on the map. If this Brood gets his tower too quickly, he'll go to mid. He'll take over the entire map.
Shards. Gonna lock down Tiger once again. No way out, surely. He'll toss away. Matumba, he's got so much speed though, and Mickey really just there to make sure they can knock it up. Matumba man able to pick up another kill here on the Bloodseeker.
there. You're feeling good in the blood. Matu's got a pretty free lane, Maelstrom being built up, Javelin already on hand. Bottom net worth of his own team in terms of cores, but he's pretty close to Zai and Mika's farm, which is almost kind of really out there. Just not contested, especially Zai outside of that rotation up top. 5-1 start. Liquid, I mean, you mentioned that push potential coming out here, Celery. Top tier 1 still stands, so OG is still managing to find farm. You mentioned a tempo coming out from BZM, though. He does have the over corrosion up, and it looks like he is going to the Maelstrom. Is that all he's going to need? They are clumping down bot, maybe for a bit of a shove in. Matu is alone.
Matu, Avalanche there. Cookie is there to follow up as well. The Bloodseeker, a massive pickup here for OG, and it seems like Matumbaman has no way out of this one. Very nice setup here from Tiger. ATF very happy to secure that kill.
Yeah, very nice map movement. They're not trying to fight on mid. It would be very, very hard to take a fight there. They instead just killed a carry, and they just gave this tower that Liquid brought a lot of heroes for. Liquid is not slowing down, though.
They certainly are not. Cookie away from Misha. Avalanche going to buy some space in the shards. Off the mark. Bit unusual here for Boxy to miss like that, as Misha might still run. Mickey in the end going to be able to close the gap though, so it won't matter. They will still secure the snap fight.
Even though Liquid is off to a very good start, OG is doing a good job splitting the map, just farming up their items, not worrying and trying to overreact. Ember deals of the Brood. Huskar and Furin farm their timings, and once his Huskar hits his armlet, I imagine they'll try to use that for the smoke and potentially into Roche if they get a pick off close to it.
BZM, bit of harassment up top, but he's just kind of playing around with Zai here, just taking more Spiderlings away from the Broodmother. Always has a Remnant to go back to, though Zai really wants to try and bully him and try to make him use that Remnant. And now he's going to be forced to back off as Tiger and Boxy both rotating up towards the top lane. So they are going to back their way out. The BZM going to move in. In fact, hold on a minute. They've got Insania on the CM, and Boxy also going to drop as well. OG able to find both supports here.
Yeah, they get some punishment. A bit of a forward foray coming out from the side of Liquid, trying to scout around, maybe drop some vision forward, and they do get punished. OG finding a little bit of a foothold, getting that build-up they'd want, especially on BZM, who is going to be kind of setting up and dealing with Broodmother's early timings with Maelstrom almost done. For the side of Liquid, and it does feel like they're also more than happy to just kind of farm a little bit here, though.
Yeah, they probably feel a little bit awkward about this Ember, because they really want to help their Brood and get this Ember out of there, but they just do not have the heroes to do it.
Tiger, mid lane, Avalanche will be out to try and dissuade them from going any further and work out in his favor. Back his way out just fine. And ATF around the corner just in case they need it. Speaking of ATF, his farm, it does feel like it's suffering quite a bit. In 4.3k net worth, he's got the armor up, so maybe he could try to fight with his team, but it's a little bit too far behind, I think. Well, OG, do you think they need to group up now and try to get these fights going, or is it okay for them to just sit back and maybe hit another kind of timing?
This Huskar hero is very tricky. Usually, if you don't know this hero that well like me, I think he has armlet, I guess it's time to go. But this hero is one of the quickest farmers with armlet. If he gets to just farm his triangle, just farm some camps. So Liquid does not want to let him just farm these camps. So if they can close down the map, then that should be really good for them. OG does want to use this Huskar at some point. Either let him farm a lot right now, or where he can move into the Roche. But it's looking pretty hard with how the map is set up.
Yeah, I mean, just the movement of Liquid. They've taken over the top jungle. They're starting to pressure onto mid. There's no real space for OG to farm. In fact, Taiga
gets caught out. Better than ATF getting caught out, though. He'll tank the gank here for the Huskar. ATF going to stick around. In fact, there is some rotations coming in. You've got Misha on the side. Just making sure they protect that tier 2 mid tower, as you do have a Leshrac and a Broodmother after all. You could take that tower very, very quickly if you are Liquid. But for now, they'll be satisfied with the Tiger kill.
Yeah, it's not the biggest in the world, but again, they're getting so much space out. They've taken over top jungle, the webs are all down, Zai can dance in and out there. Triangle, it's not somewhere that they have really gotten to. OG does have wards watching, but they're not also able to stack up as much and build the resources up for their own build-up. Right now, Uragi is just kind of farming in the opposing triangle anyway, and just trying to avoid as much, but it's only him that can kind of go out there. Everyone else stuck with getting what they can from the creep waves right now.
Yeah, the OG cores are not suffering too much. They're doing a really good job. One hero that's really not having a nice time is this Tiny. He's very, very low level. Getting up this blink is going to be near impossible. There's nowhere for him to farm at all.
Tumba, bottom lane, gonna move in. ATF, he'll cop the rupture. He's kind of forced to man fight this one out, but there's surely no way. He will try with the life break, but it's gonna be nowhere near enough. Mickey able to secure the kill. More rotations, BZM chains out, Matumba, he's a big one, and they will find him. The Bloodseeker is going to drop as OG, looking for a bit more. With the Mortimer's Kisses, they'll find Insania on that Crystal Maiden. That'll be a second as Foxy now, trying to TP up at the chains with the toss-in, is going to work out in the favor of OG. It's Liquid, they do find one, but they give up 3.
Yeah, that's a huge swing coming out from OG. Seeing that opportunity to punish, still having that TP point to play with, and just managing to know that Matu is really vulnerable there. Doesn't have Rupture to threaten with. His teammates all kind of use their spells as well. They've got the opportunity to push off the back of it. There was a bit of a split push going up top from Zai, but not as fast as what OG's accomplishing down bot. And this does open up the map a little bit more to get some more gold flowing their way.
That was a very cool move they did. They pick off the Huskar, and Liquid felt very safe after that. The Bloodseeker is just farming the lane, but OG is just ready. They're not afraid. Their Huskar died, but they're just there. Snap did not even have 6 yet. He gets 6 from that kill. That's super good for it to come back for them.
Mid lane, Mickey, all alone right now. They're going to move in. That's a lot of damage coming out, but the snowball, it's going to buy a bit of time. Mickey going to try and turn here, but there's surely not enough damage. He will drop. Matumba going to try and punish. Misha is down. How far can you go? They find another. BZM, he does take down Foxy, and it's going to be another successful team fight the way of OG.
This Ember is popping off right now. He's getting all the kills. He's involved in all the fights. And they just have no stuns to kill him yet. It's going to be quite hard for them to deal with him.
Yeah, like you mentioned, it does feel like a fairly free Ember game here. And every single time that BZM just shows up, it doesn't feel like they can handle him. Maybe you could try to Rupture to threaten, doesn't feel the best against the Ember, and your supports are going to have to try to focus in on that highly mobile target. Maybe try to set up for Mike. And again, it's not an easy task. Even game on the kill board, 9-9, it does feel like Liquid, they've managed to drop a little bit of some momentum. OG, they are starting to ramp up off the back of BZM. He's got travels up. He's ready to just be all over the map.
That's a very cool build. You don't see that very often nowadays.
BZM, speaking of the devil, does get caught out. Bloodright is there. He might be gone, and he will be. Oh, that's a bit of a caster's curse there from you two. That wasn't my fault. I'm out of this one.
Frostbite just a little bit too strong.
Yeah, and that's the one hold, right? If one of the supports can be on top and you've got some sort of follow-up, you've got the space to kind of get that done. With that kill, Liquid straight into Roshan here as well, popping everything to take out that objective. OG not quite in the position to contest without that Ember.
Yeah, that's a massive kill for them. It's true, the Frostbite can still control the Ember. If the Ember has any fight and any vision, he will have free reign. But this was amazing. The pickup was next to Roche. They get to take the Roche, and now they should be able to control they need to deal with the lanes first. They shouldn't go on the enemy jungle yet. Just push out the lanes and potentially group up again after that.
That's where the Nature's Prophet really shines. Yuragi is just applying some pressure, trying to force movement to Lom.
Nice shots out. They're going to find Tiger on the Tiny. They'll try to toss away Boxy, but it won't make a difference. Tiger's still caught and will drop.
1,000 of your kind.
Very interesting build by the Furion as well. He went the drums first and then a Mage Slayer.
Under attack.
Yeah, it does feel like he's focusing more on maybe just trying to split push control into a Bloodtorn for some more damage output later on, and just mitigate whatever Liquid might want to pump out here, and maybe instead relying on the damage coming out from Amar, coming out from BZM with a Huskar and the Ember, and just kind of play more of a secondary role, buying out space in the map, eating up that split push when you can, and just slowly but surely ramping up those resources for down the line. It does feel like this kind of build might not show as much in the middle of these rotations, though.
Oh, Misha, wrong place, wrong time. He's going to get caught out, and the Spiderlings will get to work, though. That is a lot of damage coming up. BZM just stealing all the Spiderlings away is now Foxy still trying, but they will eventually find him. It's going to be a 1-for-1. Zai needed to back off earlier on as he just didn't want to deal with the whole side of OG, so it's just going to be a support for a support trade.
Interesting. Taiga is not even trying to go for the blink. He was getting somewhat close, but he just opted to buy a Veil instead and fully play around the Ember, not commit his hero too deep in the fight.
Yeah, I think they realize they've got enough jump in.
They just got some. Yeah. Try to save. One HP, Finishing guys. Fast. I'm standing again in 3 seconds. Oh, bloody. They just got some.
He did use the Bloodstone. That was a very good call. Very true.
Radiant
We'll smoke up.
scanning.
Liquid. In they go. Foxy, he'll frontline. ATF. This is a big one. The Husker in trouble. Snowball will be there. The Split Earth is out as well. And ATF is just going to melt. No chance of survival for ATF.
They get a big one. Didn't even manage to armor the toggle. Good chain stuns coming out from the side of Liquid. And because of that kill, they have the security to force onto an objective. They've still got Aegis for 2.5 minutes here as well, but they're not even playing around with Mika. Just having Matu stand up front with the protection of his BKB and force OG to kind of make a choice. They're clumping around here, but it doesn't feel like they might be, they could find a clear angle if they're not careful.
Yeah, you talked about the Fern splitting a lot. The Lesh adjusted his build a bit. He had the overclock first, but he went for the travels to deal with the splitting.
Liquid, still grouped up. In lane BZM, Tiger, Nisha, they're all there. Shard's gonna give it a bit of vision. Dropshot immediately out onto the Ember, but he's just fine to back his way out. Tiger and Misha still hanging around, but outside of vision. Instead, they find Yuragi on that Prophet, but the cookie away is going to be enough as Tiger makes the jump in onto Foxy, but Foxy, he'll jump right back in onto that Tiny. It should be a 1-for-1, but they still haven't got that Tiny down yet. In fact, now they do, and they found Yuragi on the Nature's Prophet. They even found Misha. Matumba, he loves these kind of team fights. Everyone just dropping low. He can rush forward every single time. And OG, they're still not ready with the Husker.
The big thing for Liquid there as well is that Matu doesn't have to pop the BKB in these fights. He has a fresh 9-second charge just not being utilized because he doesn't need it. So the next time around, if OG wants to re-engage, they have a huge window where Matu is just going to feel too big. You're not going to be able to touch him. The Ember's damage is not going to be there. And Liquid, they just see all these opportunities. They're taking this map on really well. They've got a 5k lead up. We are seeing Amar kind of try to use the space to farm up, working towards the BKB. But
I think they spotted them with the daytime.
Uh-oh, ATF, he does get caught, and he's gonna get taken out. So close yet so far. Liquid, they are looking very strong now. 5k advantage, 17-11, and we get to see this Husker work.
Yeah, the impact just isn't quite there. He's still busy kind of trying to farm up. You mentioned Celery, you know, once the armlet's up, maybe you're much more willing to fight. You just go back to going back farm. And again, that unfortunate timing on spotting out in the vision for the side of OG, but very fortunate for Liquid finding the punishment. For Amar, where do you go from here? Is it really just the BKB? Is that it? As they look for more.
They are going to look for more top lane. Tiger is going to get caught. Matumba able to pick up his 4th kill. As in they go mid lane. Misha trying to cookie in. BZM, he'll join the fray, but can you actually fight this? It doesn't feel like it. Foxy's too tanky. Zai, he'll keep chasing, but BZM will run it away. Still, they continue the chase. The slow is there. BZM, how do you juke your way out of this one? He'll just run south. He has a remnant north. Liquid, they're going for tier 3 towers. They know how strong they are right now.
The Ember is still having a great time, but Liquid realizes it's only the Ember. They do not have to be afraid of these other 2 cores yet. They didn't hit any timings, and this Ember cannot 1v5. He's not big enough. Liquid is really high net worth from all their 3 cores.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
What's the condition now for OG? I mean, Liquid have been playing fantastic, but for OG, how do they hold? They're going for a smoke play. Is it pickoffs they need as they look?
Yeah, speaking of pickoffs, Foxy gonna go in with the snowball. A nice blood ride set up from Matumba. Does he want to fight this one? He got the silence onto BZM, so they might be able to afford to try it. In fact, that stun's out as well. He bashes the perfect time into the Split Earth, but it's not right on time. Very close from Mickey. Great attempt. At least for OG, they do get away with the support kills. Now, Mickey, pretty deep, does get caught out, is getting blocked as well by the Treants. Will still move back in onto Tiger. They'll find the Tiny. In they go onto Yuragi. Through the BKB, they've got the Rupture. Yuragi surely can't find his way out. He'll get bashed up. Into Misha they go now. Liquid, they won't keep going. ATF does show up. A buyback will be expended as BZM does at least find Insania on Tiger. He'll get back into the game, but this buyback, it doesn't feel like it amounts to much.
The tricky thing is, getting back into the game is quite hard right now. They really want some skirmish fights and some pickups, but the Tiny doesn't have a blink, so they don't have any toss back potential. The Huskar is getting closer to his BKB, so they might just have to try to wait for it. He might have a little bit of space to farm it right now, but Liquid is not slowing down, so they might just take back the map very soon once Lesh's BKB is ready again.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like there's any big reason for Liquid to back off. They've managed to force out some buybacks. They haven't really taken any objectives just yet as well. The high ground still does stand, so you still have a lot to go for in these lanes. Maybe wait out the security of next Roshan. Only a few seconds left until we see that respawn timer, though.
Yeah, Zai's still very, very confident. He will lose the Spiderlings. Helbasium even picking up a Battle Fury now, just really trying to abuse the Sleight of Fist against those Spiderlings. You can see how easily he clears them up now. I suppose the Battle Fury build very effective as well for the high ground defense.
And now they have a nice comeback potential. If all these spiders are stacked with the heroes, he just gets a rampage in one slide.
I mean, they're going to have to clump up pretty tight, but, you know, in a tight spot like the high ground force could be a possibility coming out there for OG. Really good switch out from BZM. How about the other heroes, though? Like, you mentioned it's only really BZM having that good time. Anything else you'd like to see out from, say, Yuragi, ATF, obviously, DKB, though?
Like, again, he's been focused so much in this game. They do not want to give the Tiny a game whatsoever. Tiger's still trying to bum up the Blink, but just can't get anywhere near us. Now Misha is also getting caught and just taken down. Both supports once again gone for the side of OG, and Roshan's up.
That's the big one.
Like we're just taking over the map, taking the second Roche now, which is going to be a big timing. Huskar will have his BKB ready after that, but it's going to be hard for him to get impact even with this BKB. If they realize he has his BKB now, they will just rupture him in the fight, and if they kite him a bit, his BKB will just go off without being able to do a lot.
Yeah, and you've got, again, that second Roche with a shard ready to go here for Liquid. They could look for the high ground play now. You can see all the Spiderlings scurrying around on the mini-map, just getting some vision out as they collapse onto the mid. And for OG, I mean, this high ground hold, it feels really difficult. Like, you can clear the creep wave. BZM has to play an insane game. And maybe eventually, as you mentioned here, Celery, if they do get a blink up on the Tiny, there's some counterplay there, along with the BKB, of course, Audemars being freshly built up.
They've been doing a good job splitting the map, so they're not falling behind that far on their course. The big trouble is this Tiny just never going to have his blink. But if they can hold long enough with this Ember Battle Fury, and the Fury gets more items up, this hero does scale really well.
OG only being given a 10% chance here to win out this game by Dota Plus. A very rough affair. Liquid 90% at the moment. You can certainly agree with those stats. I mean, with the Aegis up, it doesn't feel like they've been contested for so long now, and Zai just keeping tabs. OG are smoked up. They will find the Broodmother. That's how they'll get started. They haven't got so much damage yet, though. Zai, he's actually quite tanky. And now BZM, he does avoid with the Remnant, but they've got another target. It's going to be Tiger, who does get ruptured up, and once again is going to drop. It's just so hard because it feels like Tiger, he wants that blink up to be able to find some kind of toss back and make a comeback happen, but they are not giving him any breathing room.
He's just had a rough time, right? Like, ever since going for that Veil, just trying to amp up the damage coming through, it's just completely counteracted by the pipe and that Rage Pack coming out from Zai. High ground doesn't take too long here, too.
Liquid is not going to give them any space to breathe. Just force everyone at least back in base and potentially just commit on this. They have really big timings right now. They have the Aegis. They got everything they need.
Here we go, Liquid onto the high ground once again. The tier 3 tower not going to last very long as the Tumblr's just hitting so hard along with the Leshrac, but a nice cookie. No, it's not going to land. Tiger still with the avalanche toss is there. Mickey falling low but has the Bloodstone. Will take down the Tiny once again as Yuragi. Boxy in the back line is at least going to drop, so it might force Liquid to reset and come back another day. They still almost have 3 minutes of the Aegis up, so they can afford to do this and just wait out their task. Maybe not. BZM, he does get caught on the Ember. He is gone. Oh boy.
Oh man. No buyback out in BZM either. So they can just, again, go back here, multi-objectives from Liquid's end, and they have a full minute where they don't have to worry about their creep wave being cleared out, but they don't have to worry about the Ember just kind of looking for that back line, these softer targets, and just try to melt them away. You do still have the chance for Yuragi to kind of, you know, go to a lane and try to work it into OG's favor, but it's tough.
Bottom lane, in we go again. Okay, it's traveled in. Bottom racks, under siege. They'll force the cliff out. OG been very patient with trying to force a fight. They've got to get it done sometime soon. Got it.
It's gonna be very rough to hold on to this right now. I think Liquid might even force for the third side right now. They still have this Aegis. They don't have to wait for anything.
Rupture is there onto ATF, just making it hard for him to even thinking about jumping in. Now, mid-tier 3 tower under siege. Liquid just so calmly taking these structures, knowing the advantage they have. 17k, Aegis up for another minute and a half. OG, they're going to try and fight now. They'll start with Mickey, try to find the first life, but the Wraith Pack is going to be out. It is denied off by Misha. Liquid, they are not backing though. They want to keep going. Mickey just so confident, but may lose the first life now. No, in fact, never mind. 4-staff will be there. He's going to be just fine.
Yeah, I think the one bright side here for OG is that they didn't have to kind of expand anything or lose anything here, but you're at the point where even just going outside your own base is very annoying. Full Ags up on Zai. These little traps are just going to give a lot of information out and just make it so hard for OG to try to make something happen. Say if they wanted to smoke outside, it gets a lot tougher with just getting trapped up in the middle.
Yeah, this Lash picked up the Hex as well now. He has the Blink Hex, and the Ember realized he is the one that is having a free game. He cannot go too defensive, so he doesn't have anything for this Hex or for a Silence. So this might be getting close to the end if this Lash can get a good jump.
Oh, there it is. They jump in. Corki was there. BZM! Oh, he was the one caught out. Matumba, he keeps bashing on command. BZM, he's down for 90 seconds. Minute and a half without buyback available on the Ember. This could be it. He doesn't have the gold right now. Liquid, there'll be 2 Raxes up. OG, they are trying to split push the best they possibly can, but the creeps are still in their base. In fact, never mind. Backdoor will kick in. Liquid, they won't have the time to go up to the T3 yet, but Amar trying to fight Mickey. Has he gone too far? ATF, he's going to find Boxy. Onto Mickey they go. They might have the Leshrac, and they do. OG, they'll find another, but Matumba, he got the Rupture off. He does pick off ATF. He's got the Husker down, and now the Bash is coming out again. Uragi, he cannot escape Matumba, man.
It's so difficult for OG. I mean, they're trying to make space. This is what they need to do. Try to stall out, force the back door to kick back in, but they don't manage to hold it. The creep wave comes back in. They lose some very big heroes, and they don't have a solution. Buybacks are ready on the respawn of BZM, though.
They've got to try something. OG. We'll see the buyback up from Uragi. That's going to be enough for them to back off. Rather Liquid, that is. Could immediately just out of there.
Tyga's trying to make some magic happen. He got rid of his veil to pick up the Blink now after all. And this is what they need. With some potential good prospects, they still have a chance. You always have a chance until the game is over. So you just gotta keep your head high, keep trying.
Yeah, look for that opportunity to drag someone away. You've got the damage follow through to play with anyway. It does feel like your investments here onto Amar, onto BZM can pay off now. Like they do have some good right click on hand. For Liquid, I mean, your 2 racks is up. You've taken the tier 3 top. Do you reckon you try to force something here, or do you just wait for Aegis once more?
I think first of all, you don't want to give too much space to OG, so potentially just do a move to take back the top side of the map. They already have a nice ward there. And if they do get any pickoff, they can just insta-go to the base. Maybe they feel strong enough, they don't even have to wait. They can just go right now, get a good team fight.
They've got to be careful. Liquid moving up. They're already in. Mickey, he's right out onto the supports. In fact, BZM, he barely avoids the stun, but Misha's already gone. ATF gets shredded here by Matumba as Uragi. Is he going to get out? Just barely. No bashes for Matumba. But there's 2 down. Amar does not have buyback available. There is only 1 lane of barracks left in Liquid. They're going right for it.
Just nothing to stop them. BZM, he's got to dance around here really hard, but not even the tossback potential's at play. No buybacks available. Respawns are short, though.
Oh, BZM, he's been sniped by Stop. This could be it. Liquid, they'll take him down. He has the buyback. He's going to commit it, surely. No hold for now. Hoping Liquid may back off, but Liquid, they're looking for those T4 towers. Such a dominant series so far for Liquid. OG, they've got one last chance. They'll wait for ATF to respawn first, but they've held down Misha. Once again, the Snapfire is gonna melt. No buyback available. Uragi now getting caught in front of his fountain, but they'll move back towards the T4. They'll see ATF moving in on this Husker, trying to find a way, but Zai's making it so darn hard to close the gap. In fact, he's even TPing towards the CM, trying to find at least Insania, but the Glimmer Cape, they don't have the detection. Instead, they go onto Zai on the Broodmother, but Zai, he'll man up. There's the disarm out from ATF. Meanwhile, on the side, BZM, he's going to drop to Matumba Man. Zai still running, just can't get caught. They'll toss him in. ATF still trying his hardest, but it's not looking good. It seems like Liquid, they might have this series in the bag. There's 4 down. GG's called. GG is called. Liquid, they've done it once again, this time 2-0 against OG. And OG, I mean, they're a fan favorite here at TI11, but Liquid proving to be way too strong here today.
They played really well, synchronized so well. They kept the lane shut down very nicely, and Zai just managed to pop off really well in the Brood. There were no solutions coming out there from OG, and Liquid just play a clear game. For OG, I mean, this squad's come far. I think at the start of the DPC year, you know, new roster, expectations were kind of middling. Then they go to the major, they win a lot of tournaments on their own. They've got a lot of promise, but for today, Liquid just comes out on top, the better team.
Seems like Liquid out-strategized them today, and I don't think OG played bad at all. I think both teams put on a good show, but the strategy part made it quite hard to play the game. And yeah, both teams can be happy with their performance, but yeah, someone had to go today.
Absolutely, and great sportsmanship here on cameras. Both teams just hugging it out, obviously very close with each other, these two teams. With that, we are going to head back to our panel and see what they have to say about this game number 2.
Thank you very much, and yes, welcome back to the panel. OG are going to be leaving us today, and Team Liquid won't let Matumba Man retire. We need a few more games. They're going to get every ounce they can out of him, and a fantastic performance by Liquid. How is it going, guys and gals at the panel?
Hello.
I'm enjoying these moments as well, don't worry.
Yeah.
Here we are, we're a little bit back in. There's Zai. He got to play the Brood on the second game. Seems so stoic when he comes off matches. He's like, yes, this is, you know, he takes it very seriously. He's like, this is my job.
Especially after you play a Brood, you know, you have to play it cool. You have to play like you're not a total, you know, playing that Brood, just dominating last pick.
The way you deviated after total there. But Liquid, yeah, a 2-0 win. Was this expected? Because actually in a previous interview, I remember Liquid just saying, you know, I think it was Matthew, was just like, well, actually, we kind of didn't expect to be here, so we're just happy, he was just happy he's still playing. And now he's got another match today.
Probably not expected to be as convincing, right?
Yeah, no, I feel like each time they're playing right now in this low bracket run, it's like they're ready to... They will obviously want to get to the finals for Matu. As soon as they lose, Matu's going to retire. I'm going to lose him from our scene, at least competitively. So I feel like...
It's a blessing, right?
So yeah, like, it's actually scary to watch them play because like I don't want to have to be on a panel when we're like talking about Matu's retirement. So I'm hoping that they do, you know, one more series. Maybe I'm not working that series, so I don't have to talk about him and, you know, his exit from competitive. But
no, I have a heartwarming quip ready for that panel, so just, you know.
Okay, so
I'm good. Put me on it.
No matter when it happens, it's a heartwarming story, and his career is filled with success, right? So.
Yeah.
So what about this game? Because BZM got off to a great start on the Ember.
The problem is, it's the only hero that got off a good start, right? It's the BZM from the mid lane. The mid lane kind of evened out, but he made some really significant rotations to bring them back into that game afterwards. But it doesn't matter. Your top lane is getting crushed. Your Nature's Prophet is literally in the jungle minute 5. He's being destroyed. Misha gets his level 2 way too late. He doesn't get that cookie to get him out of the shards. Bottom lane, T-Gov didn't go any better, right?
Yeah, unfortunately not, but you have to give OG a lot of credit for what they've been able to achieve throughout this DPC year. You know, there are different players coming in. Of course, OG before this was a lot of big names, and everyone was like kind of going, oh, is this OG going to do well? And now they get to their first TI, they lock in a top 8. Sure, they didn't get to go further, but it was still a very impressive season for OG and what they've been able to do with new talent, new players and stuff. So, again, commendable stuff on that front.
Yeah, a top 8, do you think, I mean, obviously not going to be overly thrilled with it, but, you know, do you think they brought everything they could to each game, Sheeped?
I'd like to say so. I think, like T said, I mean, OG's had a really good year winning the majors, giving them that confidence, because that was something they did lack. And as younger players, of course, this has been the whole story of them throughout the year. OG are just, you have to be proud of where they've gotten to. And next TI, you know, they'll have improved even further. You see Amar this tournament expanding his hero pool, right? It's something that before it was just, okay, he's the Viper, the Timber, and the Razor guy, and now he's busting out his other stuff, Sand Kings and so on. And yeah, like they just need more time to grow, and they're doing a really good job.
Yeah, they definitely have the flair. Like being so young, the young blood coming into the scene. Also, who else picks Huskar on the offlane? It's not something that we see very often. And in an elimination game.
You know what's worse? He's actually, his entire time being at TI, he's been playing Huskar on EU servers. So he's playing on 200 ping from Singapore to EU, playing offlane Huskar. I had to play against it in a pub, which I inevitably then lost to, which was really sad because I knew he was on the ping. But yeah, so I think, it's just fun seeing what they can do. And look forward to them bouncing back in the next season, keeping their heads up.
Yep, there will be, I'm sure, more from OG next season, but we get more from
elimination
Liquid now,
game.
You know what's worse? He's actually his entire.
Boxy just walked off the stage and an incredible 2-0 performance. What was the first thing you said to me? I said, congratulations, you must be so happy. And you said it's a little more complicated than that.
I mean, of course I'm happy, but I felt like they didn't really get to play their best. I think the pressure kind of got to them in a way. I feel like the OG we played maybe 1 month ago felt a lot stronger than this. So I'm sure I know how it feels like to lose without playing up to close to your full potential, and that feels really bad. So I feel bad for Tommy, but I'm of course super happy we won. You know, you never know what to expect. We of course respect them a lot, so it was in some way easier than I thought it would be, you know. But yeah, I don't know, happy. We have another game today, so I'm trying to not get too relaxed, I suppose.
There is a weird sense of having to balance everything, and I know the confidence level has to be tough when you start in upper brackets, and then you've got to get knocked into lower bracket. How did you guys, it feels like you're playing back to your swagger. How did you guys kind of regroup as a team to do that and play so well?
I mean, I think the best we played was probably during the LCQ. For like qualifying to TI.
Yeah.
I think these games were better. I think our games against Aster, we were a bit timid, pressured maybe, a little scared. I think they're obviously a good team, and you know, every team has like strengths and weaknesses against each other. How we bounce back, I don't know. It sucks to lose, and you kind of do like some more soul searching. There was a lot of like trying to realize why we lost against Aster in such a poor manner, and to apply like things that we need to do better in the other series. I think against Entity it was not as clean as it was today, so hopefully we'll keep like the trajectory upwards.
Awesome. Well, I thank you again for talking to us, and thanks for always showing why Dota is so amazing. You're like happy for yourself but sad for your friends because you know what it feels like, both sides.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more sad for a team I know could do better, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, for Tommy too, but like the rest, you know, I don't know.
Yeah. Who cares about the rest of them, my guy?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. We'll see you again in just a little bit.
All right. Thank you very much.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Casey. Yeah, Liquid inch closer to making it into the finals weekend. They've still got one more match coming up later today against Thunder Awaken. But now we're going into a all-Chinese affair, and this is going to be very interesting. I have a lot of experience, love it over there. I've always had a good time in China. So please welcome out the first team. It's PSG LGD. PSG LGD are going to be taking on Aster as they come out to the stage. Winning this will put them into the finals weekend. But as I said, their opponents are going to be a tough one to beat. Here come Aster. So far have had a flawless tournament until yesterday's loss versus Tundra Esports. Let's see if they can pick themselves up and go back with a little bit of momentum. But of course, they're playing a team that they are very, very familiar with. And talking about familiarity, Sheept, what have you got for us?
All right, I have a little story. So back in Tour 2 of the DPC, Aster 2-0'd LGD. And in a post-game or post-series interview, Pichu, the POS5 of Aster, was a little bit flamey. He used a rude nickname to refer to Ame, and he said he looked forward to LGD coming back and stomping them 3-0. So we go forward to the regional finals of that tour, and LGD 3-0 them, and it was very funny. And Ame comes out in this interview of his own and is very cocky. And this is a guy that when he speaks in his pub games, people call it a medical miracle because he just doesn't speak. And he comes out here and says, yeah, we gave them those 2 wins in the DPC. He knew that they could beat them, and he wanted to remind them who they were after they got a little bit too cocky. And it was just a really cool show of personality between these 2 teams that I like to see out. And like Pichu himself on Aster, he is a bit of a troll. This is the guy that during the Arlington Major, he was the one that called Amar ATM. And this actually even has links to the Chinese community where Chinese fans, when Ame starts to feed, they will refer to him the same way, ATM, but with an E on the end to be closer to his name as well. So I love seeing that kind of banter and trash talk come a little bit to the stage.
Do you think it's kind of nice, fun trash talk?
Oh, yeah.
Or do you actually think these teams are like, you know, we actually don't like each other that much?
There's
Come on.
no way.
So these 2 teams are definitely true rivals. Like, having worked Chinese DPC for like 2 years now, they're definitely bitter rivals up on top. At the same time, though, like they've been instructed on how to conduct themselves on the interviews, which is also very interesting. Like they actually had some lessons on how to present the team and everything else. So it's even more interesting when Shippo shares the story in which he's a little bit banterish.
But also, it's like then we follow through, and like I was speaking to Leon Arthur. He's like the Western Dota community's connection to like the Chinese memes and stuff, and basically we're in agreement that this isn't kind of a happy series for China at all. You know, the fact that you have Aster, a team that it used to be a little bit more memed on in the scene, but recently with their performances and kind of stepping up at TI, they've kind of gained the respect of the community. PSG, Faithbeyond retiring after this one potentially. They don't want to get them knocked out, so this, what could have been more of a meme game, at least in the community and the current kind of meme game, it's like, no, this is a Samba series. This is like, we don't want anyone to go out. We want them both to go as far as they can, because they both deserve, at least in their community, to get to the finals.
All right, and I got good news for you guys, by the way. It's been told we can't find Sunsfan and Cinderin, so we might be doing the draft. It wasn't this schedule, but it's improved my day. I'm sure that I'm sure they actually might be found, but we will be going and doing the picks and bans here. And I know you really wanted to do that, Sheeps, because you've been following these teams a lot. But going to PSG LGD, what's the kind of storyline with the players? Because there's an uncrowned king, people say.
Yeah, the uncrowned king called Ame, or Atme, like Shippo said sometimes. Like he's always getting close to this TI championship. He's always getting close to the crown, to the ages, but it kind of eludes him, at least in the last couple of years it has.
Is it 3 times? He's been 3 times finalist, but never won.
Yep.
TI.
So close, yeah. So far.
And we also have another kind of retirement storyline here with Faith Bian.
Exactly. It's the fact that potentially this team, I think they have the most games played as an active 5 roster. Beast Coast was second to that. Of course, they're not like top. I think first place is like the Loader Alliance days back in the day. But the fact that this team, they've been together for so long, they've been trying to find that success, and like they have had incredible success, just not got that Aegis.
You ready? I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Here we go. It looks like we're ready for game number 1.
PSG LGD versus Team Aster. Game 1.
PSG LGD's turn to ban.
Oh, hello. Sunsfan here with Cinderin, and we got my boy Celery here from Game & Gladiators, who I don't believe you talked about this in the previous cast, but you'll be donating all of the money that you're making at TI for an animal sanctuary. This guy is legit human being. Animals are better than humans, right?
I think we're also animals, right?
No.
It's going to keep it equal.
He's an animal, that's for sure.
We play Dota.
That is very true. As we have a very important match. There's only going to be one Chinese team left at TI after this series, gentlemen. What are your thoughts on these 2 juggernauts going at each other?
So inside the Chinese region, just internally, I want to say the last year and a half maybe, most of the time Aster has been one of the juggernauts, and then when they've come on the international stage, they've kind of failed to produce the same results that they have back home.
So in a way, the fact that Aster have, picked up international steam and they're doing better in international competition, and the fact that they're facing a Chinese team here might be good news for them. It might be a good matchup because against LGD they've been looking pretty solid online for most of the time.
Yeah, LGD also played one series today, so that could be in their advantage. They're already warmed up. They're feeling in the zone today. But if Aster prepared well, maybe they use the rest. So we'll have to see what the draft brings.
If you were Aster in this instance, how would you prepare? Would you be like, would you literally just pub beforehand?
I would let the players just play a pub, maybe a scrim, just to relax a bit, just warm up, and the coach can look at the game. I don't think the players should look at the game, because watching takes a lot of energy. If you're watching seriously and you're looking at what is happening, and then you're also tired, but you didn't even play. Yeah, so I don't think that's a good plan. I think you should chill.
10 seconds
just be ready when the game starts.
We get to see Primal Beast, who has been banned seemingly every game for the most part. Is he still as strong as we thought he was, or is there a reason he's getting through?
Well, he was very good yesterday when you had Ace play it, that's for sure. That was a pretty standout performance from him in that game. Despite Emma, did you have it twice?
We had it only once.
You had it only once, and that was the game that it was kind of counterpicked too, right? They got multiple counterpicks against it, and you still made it look really good. So
yeah, the cool thing about this hero is you can always flex it on offlane and mid, and even on 4 if your players can play it. And this hero doesn't really lose many lanes, unless it's almost impossible to pick lanes where this hero cannot farm. You can almost always farm. You can always play +4 and roam. This hero, it's just very, very nice to start the draft with.
Very old school combo in the Shadow Demon Lina that used to be the old Dota 1. Actually, it was Sven Lina as well, the two of them. But you get the disruption into LSA. I mean, an immediate Ember pick, despite the Demonic Purge being able to purge the Flame Guard.
10 seconds.
How much do you think LGD are going to be playing into the idea of Primal Beast as a flex? Do you think they're going to hold it the whole way until the end? Or like at what point do you feel like the matchups you see are enough information? Like right now I look at the Shadow Demon Lina, I'm pretty happy as Primal Beast for now as a core. Do you think there's any concerns yet? Because usually you don't start with 2 cores, right? If you're locking it in like that.
Yeah, I guess they're very confident in their Ember, and it is good against these 2 heroes. He's gonna have a free lane against the Lina for the most part if he plays it well. But with the flexing of the Primal, they don't have last pick, so they'll probably hold it till their 23rd pick. They'll just see if they put it offlane on 4. I'm not sure if they've run it on 4 before, but Xingqiu seems like a guy that would enjoy this hero.
He played Spirit Breaker earlier today. It's like the same hero, just faster. Not quite
global.
Not quite.
Yeah.
No. They're actually very different, but they both charge, so we'll say it's the same hero.
Well, I think Primal Beast doesn't actually speak a language, to my knowledge.
That's also true.
Spirit Breaker does have actual voice.
Do you know who wins the charge, though, if they charge against each other?
Ooh, that's a great question.
The Primal wins. He's
really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Because
it stomps this guy to the ground.
Got bigger AoE, right?
Well, his body is bigger. It makes sense. Yeah, physically speaking.
Yeah, Dota's known to be really realistic in that way.
Absolutely.
That's true.
Yeah. So we're going to see Silencer being taken out along with the Brew and Lifestealer. Lifestealer kind of this hero that has had a bit of a resurgence here at TI. Well, I feel like the most part of the year has been kind of ignored.
Do you feel like this is
semi-recently?
Is this kind of a tell that they want the Primal to be a core? I'm assuming this is one of the better matchups against Primal. You have Rage against Trample. Primal generally gets very tanky, so Feast becomes valuable later on. And I wouldn't say Lifestealer is a particularly good hero against Ember, right? So it does seem like they're maybe trying to set up for that, or that Lifestealer maybe counters something that LGD are planning for second phase.
It does look like they're banning for it to be offline right now. They could just still keep it open, but there are not that many +4s they would probably want against this SD Lina combination, so it would make sense if they just pick some hero like a Tusk in the second phase, and they don't want to leave it till last when most of these heroes will be banned.
Speaking of force, there's a couple of really popular heroes that have been totally ignored here. Both Nyx and Marcy getting no love.
Marcy fully ignored.
Marcy has been first phase picked or banned in most games we've seen. And it was interesting to see Aster opt for the Shadow Demon Lina combination, because I feel like when I think of Boboka, I think of a roaming player, right? That sets up plays and is super effective. He's very known for his 4 Ricky when that was a thing, Earth Spirit. Marcy should be perfect for this player, like as a stereotype, right? So the fact that they're not doing that into Primal, maybe they think it's a bad matchup.
Yeah, they got the chance to still pick it up here with a ban.
Yeah, they could.
Now Morphling Ench, the last 2 bans with the second phase for Aster, and Mars for PSG LGD. We're going to see Murat. So more setup for the Shadow Demon.
Interesting.
So you got the arrow, you got the LSA, doesn't matter what lane they go to, as long as Shadow Demon is there, they can set that up.
Something I feel like I've been noticing over the last, I want to say 2 days, is I think teams are learning quite a lot from especially Tundra. I would say Tundra has been playing these lineups that have a lot of skirmishing potential with like 2-3 hero combinations that just have stuns, have burst, and also have the scaling. Tundra was one of the only teams to play Chaos Knight, for example, as a carry because they just seem to utilize it so well to enable their other players by having him on that carry hero. And when I look at this Astra lineup, it kind of reminds me of something that I feel like I would see Tundra pick. If their next, like let's say their safe lane carry now also has a stun, there's just so many ways that SD, Mirana, and Lina can find moments around the map, as long as you don't compromise on teamfight too much.
These heroes are all very good as well against the Primal. I think at this point you might want to think about putting it on 4, because it's going to be quite hard in these lanes to get on top of anything.
Visage, okay.
It looks like they will lane the Visage of the Primal.
Well, when you guys were drafting, I mean, Synderen brought this up earlier, but you had the Primal Beast hard countered, and it was an early Primal Beast, and you still played it as position 3. What was the thought process going into that? Did you just feel comfortable doing it, or... Because when we looked at it, we're like, wow, this Primal Beast is going to have a really hard time. And he did initially, and then he literally took over the game, it felt like.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly what we were thinking. I think the main thing of this hero is he's always going to have a pretty decent lane, even if you try to counter him, if he's not countered into the lane. And yeah, I'm not sure actually. That's the interesting part where I don't do the draft and my coach does it. I was just chilling a bit, waiting to see what happens, and then, it's offline.
Okay, good to know.
There we go.
The inside dynamic there for Gaming Gladiators.
So we are going to see the Pango come out, and Aster will save their carry pick for last. This is usually, if you feel like at this point when you see Visage, Disruptor, and Primal, that you can kind of lock in what type of lane at least LGD are playing in the offlane, which we both think is going to be Visage Primal, depending on who gets the farm priority. We don't know that yet. This did feel like a spot that you could have picked your carry in, so why do you think they opt for Pango first?
Yeah, that's a good question. I guess they're very confident on this offline Pango, and they feel like it's going to get banned if they don't pick it up now. And it is a pretty good Pango game. If it gets going, if he has a good start, maybe you can even go for a bit more core build with the Diffuse instead of the flats on offline.
Very quick bans here from LGD. They knew exactly what they wanted to get
keep in mind, these two teams have played a lot against each other throughout the year. Maybe not that much recently, but I'm sure they have tons of scrims as well behind the scenes. And I wonder who that's actually going to benefit, really. Because LGD, obviously the team that has more success on the international stage.
Yeah, I think a lot of the time the intra-regional experience kind of fades in comparison to the meta of the tournament itself. I think most of the time it's about who adapts better to what proves to be powerful in the events that you're at. So I personally don't put very much stock in, let's say Aster had an insane win rate against LGD online for the rest of the year. I don't think it's that important. What's important is how these teams have looked in their last few series, how they've adapted to what other teams are throwing at them. And when I look at this Aster draft, I don't see Aster picking specifically something against LGD, right? They're just
mentioned this hero.
Yeah, now that
my goodness
is not something I would have expected.
What position is this Ricky?
It should just be carry.
Probably carry. I think
so. We're not going to see the weird like shard into whatever the hell he do on this hero.
I mean, he might buy it later. It is a pretty cool Ricky game if he gets on top of any of these backliners.
Smokescreen is pretty damn good this game, no doubt, especially against Pango, which means you're going to need to buy 4 staffs, which you wouldn't want to do normally.
Wow. In the past, we've sometimes seen teams pivot from mid-Ember and putting it safe lane, but I don't think I've seen that a single time this tournament. Usually it was paired with Magnus when you did that, because you could compensate for Ember's lower levels by giving him Empower. Do you think there's like any world that this Ricky is not safe lane and Ami's playing Ember? There's not, right? Like it has to be Ami on the Ricky.
There's definitely a world, but not this world.
Because that gives Aster quite a bit of information for this last pick, right? And they're going to opt for a Drow. This is a hero that Ricky can relatively easily get on top of, actually.
I think it might be a really rough lane for this Drow and SD, I imagine they paired with. Primal and Visage. I think they might destroy this lane.
It's a form Primal on Jinkyu, so they will give the farm priority to the Visage.
I'm excited to see some Ricky.
Yeah, I mean, me too. This hero is super hit or miss, in my opinion. I don't think I ever see a game where I'm like, oh, this Ricky did okay. Like, he either sucked or he crushed, you know? It's very, very polarizing hero, especially on a professional level. because he can fall off really, really hard.
It's either going to catch on and more teams are going to pick it, or it will literally never be picked. The rest
one
of
game we see in the main event, yeah. Is this the first Ricky game of the main event? I think it is.
I mean, surely.
I'm pretty sure it has been picked in groups, but I want to say it's been less than 5 total games. So.
Oh, you probably just didn't see it.
Oh.
Well, Celery, appreciate you coming on, making fun of Cinderin as always. We really appreciate that. You can have the rest of the day off, my friend.
Thank you very much.
Over to Mr. Sir Action Slack, so I believe it's with Lan M.
Absolutely, we have, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Big Draft Lanham. How you doing? And Jin, our translator right there. So, you've let through Primal Beast, something that many are not brave enough to do. Was that part of your plan? Did you expect them to grab that instantly?
首先欢迎有请BP 大神博土，然后就想问第一局你们放出了这个兽，然后这个兽也是本届 TI 一个很受，就是每个人都想要的一个英雄，已经很少有战队敢把它放出来了。你这边这么采取这样的一个 BP 的行动，是专门有计划来针对他了吗？还是怎么说？
肯定是讲好的，因为有些东西那个不好说嘛，对吧？就是有些东西能放，有些东西不好放，就选一个放嘛。
Well, it was all according to plan. Obviously, for us to make a draft like this, we obviously would have some sort of strategy against it, and we can't reveal it for obvious reasons as well. But you know, sometimes it's all about picking the lesser poison, so to speak.
I see. And very quickly, Ricky, did you see that one coming?
最后一个就是力挽，你有预测到会选这个英雄吗？
没有。
Absolutely not.
All right, well, we'll see if it works or not here. All will be revealed. Many puns on this one as we throw it to our casters.
Thank you, Sir Action Slacks. So yeah, they did not see the Ricky coming either. Can't say that's too big of a shot. I mean, we did say that they've played a lot against each other, so this is something they've obviously been hiding, and it is Ame playing it. So it will be a position 1 Ricky, and you know me, when we see a weird hero like this, gonna probably talk about it for the next 15 minutes or so.
You're gonna obsess over it for 60 minutes, and then we get 5 neutrals, and then that's the one thing that will get you more excited.
That is very accurate.
Ricky has a tendency to not go 60 minutes, though. This hero is not really a late game. I mean, actually, he is actually a pretty good late game hero, to be honest. But generally speaking, because of the nature of how it works, right, usually either crushes and takes over the game, or he falls flat and you kind of get crushed a lot of the time on a professional level. So I'm very interested to see this hero. And I also got to say, I'm a bit surprised to see Ame be gold tier on it. He passes the MR test just barely here by being gold tier Ricky. So has the permission to play it.
I mean, he doesn't want to get reported. It's understandable.
Yeah.
Don't want to have the low priority experience.
So usually the build on this here, if you want to cover it a little bit, because we can talk about whether that's going to work in this game or not. Most Rickies, when played as carry, will go for a Diffusal Blade into either Manta or BKB, and then you can consider 2 paths with either Basher or Ags, where you play around teammates, or you can try to go something like Scotty and really make yourself very strong with a Manta. In this game, I feel like the primary purpose of LGD picking this hero and what they're aiming for is to have a carry that just breaks up the fight and makes the supports uncomfortable, right? I think his goal is to get on the Shadow Demon, it's to get on this Mirana and just kill them, force them to buy Force Staffs, and then in case they get Force Staffed away, they have the Glimpse to bring them back. Ricky is going to give that vision for why to really get a lot of value out of Disruptor. So yeah, very interesting stuff. And most of the times, Ame has been, you know, hard carrying with someone. Sven earlier today, we've seen him on heroes like Terrorblade, Morphling, this kind of stuff. Ricky is different. I don't think, I mean, is he gonna just go Battle Fury and farm?
I would love to see that, actually.
he has a Ring of Health queued up. I'm just saying, like, if he actually commits to this build, he might.
The build for a while, I mean, I don't know how long ago this was, but it was the, Battle Fury into Ags, right?
Yeah,
like maybe 3rd item Ags.
Yeah, I think so.
But since they, again, this is kind of old changes, but we haven't seen Ricky, haven't really gotten to talk about it, but Diffusal not that long ago, maybe a year ago, they made it a lot cheaper. A lot of people thought that Ricky would be a little bit more popular, which I think he was initially, but has completely dropped off. And we're gonna see this game if it was a good pick or not. But I mean, in theory, like we talked about, Smokescreen this game is very good. Drow is obviously going to itemize with like a Hurricane Pike or whatever. But Pango, I XXS is going to have a lot of trouble, I feel like, against this hero, but we'll see.
The battle
XXS eyeing up the rune. He sees another hero, and then he's not eyeing it up anymore. So 2-for-2 trade, pretty standard. Both teams are covering their respective safe lane halves of bounty runes. And yeah, let's have a look at what Ricky's facing, because this hero, as we talked about, has very polarizing performances. This time around, going to be playing against Pango Mirana, so not a very traditional Mirana pairing, right? You don't have any sort of reliable setup to hit the arrow, so Boboka has to more or less do it on his own. If he wants to gank mid, there isn't something like Astral to set him up from an OD, which would be classic. It's Lina, so both heroes kind of want the setup. So I think Boboka has to do a really good job here to find major impact on the Mirana early on. Mid lane, Ember against Lina, covered that with Celery, says Ember should be just fine here farming. And then in the top lane, Visage and Primal Beast. Celery thought that Primal Visage was going to take over this lane. So with that in mind, maybe Aster, a little bit worrisome how the lanes have been set.
Yep, only time will tell. And like you said, Ori playing in the mid lane as Lina versus the Ember Spirit. Usually that ends up being kind of a wash to some degree. But there, I mean, what kind of gank potential do each sides have? Because obviously I mentioned ad nauseum with Siamese Cat playing the Shadow Demon, a lot of the setup that he has available to him if he was able to roam, but he's going to be stuck in this safe lane for quite a while. As he's going to get jumped on by Jin Q.
I was trying to get the range creep secure there, but it did get denied by Monet before he got there, so a lot of damage though.
A bit of damage.
Yeah, don't underestimate Onslaught as a level 1 spell. It's 110 physical damage, and obviously positions you right on top of the hero, so packs quite the punch. These heroes in the dire safe lane, both 3 armor only.
Got the glimpse back on
good damage.
XXS, but why? He's the one taking the brunt of the damage right now. Swashbuckle blocks him as well, and why? He does use his health salve and lives, but it gets instantly canceled. So a lot of economic damage here on the side of Aster.
I think what Boboka should do now is go courier hunting. Ricky and Disruptor have 0 tangos left, so if this courier delivery fails, I think they can start winning the lane on harassment. XXS on that Tango will be able to sustain quite a lot longer with Tango plus salve against these heroes, and the stick that he's going to get charges on every time there's a Blink Strike, every time there's tricks, every time there's Thunder Strike. Very great stick lane here. Both of them obviously running that immediately on these heroes. Disruptor currently ferrying out 2 mangoes, so they're not even sending down a Tango pack just
I mean, we
yet.
should also mention, since we don't see a whole lot of Ricky, but his base regen is kind of crazy. I think is it 5? Oh, it's 8 right now.
He has a Flag Bearer.
That's with the tower, yeah. Okay.
So when the Flag Bearer dies, we're down to 6.
Now the extra one from the, so it's 5 base.
6
is still really high, really high, and he has high armor as well. So
this lane is predominantly going to be in the in their tower, I think. So I believe Ame will be sitting on the 6th region most of the time, but now Boboka has opened up the big camp.
Onslaught onto Siamese Cat here on the Shadow Demon, as Jin Q using the new set for Primal Beast. It's a lot of armor. You would think that would add a little bit of extra damage to his Onslaught, but he doesn't need it. He's first banned most games. So, but Monet off to a pretty good start, 15-6 in the CS, and you can see in the mid lane, 17-3 for the Lina on Ori, as nothing to say. Pretty close with 15-2, so kind of what we expected, a wash overall. But back to the original conversation with how much roaming potential each side has in terms of the ganking is. Why? Swashbuckle, and that ends up being first blood, going the way of XXS. Yeah. Ame still very healthy though.
This is what ends up happening when you don't have tangos for a minute and a half. Like, eventually they're going to waddle you down so much that you're in killing range, and Ricky doesn't offer much in the way of defense for his support. He can't really cover or anything, so yeah, good start there for Aster. Going to be very happy for them to get that on XXS. He's also going to get himself a nice little Flag Bearer creep there. Opting to currently eye up. Wait, what is he buying with this?
LSA connects, but limps back. Ori taking a lot of damage. TP is coming in from Boboka, but the last right click is enough from Y. So big kill for LGD here in the mid lane.
Yep. Great way of taking advantage of dying there. He gets the full refill and comes straight mid and finds a play. So good read from Y that is a possibility, punishing Ori in that lane. Looks like Pango's going Vanguard, by the way, to answer that my own question from earlier. Good item against the Visage, obviously. Pretty decent against Ricky as well. Wonder if we're going to see him build the full Crimson.
Yeah, possibility. Not the most common items these days.
It is nice for... I think the logic of buying items on Pango that protect Drow is pretty sound in this game. I think for Aster to find success in the later portions, this Drow has to have some sort of freedom to stand her ground and not just get run over by Riki, by Primal Beast, by Ember.
Onslaught in with the trample. A lot of damage coming out onto Siamese Cat. Monet can't really do much, as that's going to lead to another kill on the Shadow Demon. Although Jin-Q now getting kited as Monet. Does he have actually enough damage here as a pause comes out? All right, what the horse happens now, Cinderin? Do they get the kill on this Primal Beast?
So Monet does not have multi-shot. Jin-Q does not have any stick. So yeah, Jin-Q's dead.
Okay.
There's 2 Visage Illusions hitting him
Technically,
as well.
I didn't give you any options. I said if he would die or not.
Okay,
so.
is there another one?
Server crashes. I don't know.
I think that's the lower chance one.
Yeah, I think that one's a Hail Mary for Jin-Q here.
Yeah.
But they've killed the Shadow Demon now. Oh, actually, it's only the first death for Siamese Cat, actually.
Yeah, I think overall, if you get this trade as Aster, you're very happy. I think this is a lane that's very scary, the Visage Primal Beast, and trading support for them should be just fine. Especially with Monet getting the kill. So Jin-Q was the one who got the kill before. And arguably PSG could have maybe got this kill without dying.
Okay, not to interrupt. I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
Okay, you're not.
Well, okay, we're going to restart this thing. It's been a while since we've done this. What the horse happens here? Okay. Jin-Q lives, Jin-Q dies to Monet, or Jin-Q dies to Siamese Cat.
Oh, that's true. The Shadow Poison and 2 Visage Illusions.
That's right, sure.
He dies to Monet, though.
He dies to Monet, okay.
Yeah. One more hit, the Visage Illusions are going to attack as well. All right. Maybe that's what they're discussing as well. Who's getting the kill?
Very important, of course. I mean, obviously, they would like it to go to Monet.
Yeah.
But in terms of a Drow game, overall, how does this feel for Aster?
I mean, they've
mid to late game.
They've got to be confident, right? They last picked it. They saw everything here. And I guess the good news for Drow is, first of all, she's empowering her own Lina, right? Which is it's going to make Ori's game a lot stronger if he goes some sort of physical build instead of the build that we've also seen with the Ags burst. I think he should go a physical route probably with Drow. You have the Pango for the front line, and you do have SD for the defense. So I think it's a solid Drow game, but it's also dangerous. It's one of those situations where if you get the right positioning, you're playing against Riki, Primal Beast, and Ember, and they've used their mobility, you just crush them from range. But if they manage to get on top of you and say Shadow Demon is dead, you're kind of fighting for your life from the beginning of the fight. So I think it's
okay. Well, with that in mind, since we're talking about the
very
position
situational
for Ame on Riki, he already did get the Ring of Health that you were talking about.
Yeah.
Will he actually turn this into a Battle Fury, or is that too greedy?
I don't know.
Because again, Diffusal is a lot cheaper than in years past when Riki was a little bit more popular.
I mean, let's look at it from the perspective of why else would you buy a Ring of Health? Right.
To live.
He already has really good base HP regen. He has good armor, and he's playing against a lane that's not that strong. So I don't know if he needs the ring for sustenance in the lane.
Hold on. Jin-Q. He will die to Siamese Cat.
See, so here's the thing. He got the passive block there.
Oh wow.
Yep, that's a factor we didn't consider. Whether he was going to block.
When you say we, you mean you. You did not.
You did not consider it either.
Faithbeyond getting kited a bit more now by Monet.
Good damage. He might actually kill him here.
Yeah, he could. Multi-shot is there, and that's going to be enough. TP is coming in now.
That's what you asked, right?
Jin-Q onslaught. Oh, gets gusted. Immediate cancellation. That would have been option D. They killed both of them, and they split it.
All right, so every prediction we had was actually wrong.
That is correct.
It's not even
Ori, he's going to get glimpsed back, but
nice disrupt on the chains.
Searing chains. Not available here, but Ori will drop nonetheless. There's nothing to say with the Sleight of Fist.
Oh, and he's even going to get a regen rune here for his troubles. Just needs to wait until the Shadow Poison runs out, and they can pop it. They could dive here. I think, did ST see this rune be picked up by the... He did have a ward on it, so Pichu shouldn't be too
Jin-Q
surprised.
has made the trip over as well, and he's hungry for some Shadow Demon. Disruption on himself, but this is going to just delay the inevitable here as another kill goes the way of PSG LGD. Ori does connect on the LSA. Baboka's here as well, but they don't have enough lockdown.
No arrow
as
ready.
Ori was not, he's not quite level 6, so no Laguna Blade
has been killed.
would have been enough.
Important for LGD to be winning this mid lane because this top... I think this top lane went better for Aster than you could have hoped for. Monet being level 6 now against level 4 Visage. close to level 5 at the very least for Faith Beyond, but let's say a full level advantage. I don't know if this kill... Okay, with Primal, it's definitely going to be possible. Yeah, they're getting a great angle here on Monet.
Monet inside the kinetic field. All he can do is pop that multi-shot, and it looks like, oh, okay. Gusted away, but back with the glimpse, and Monet falls to the ground as PSG LGD get another valuable kill.
Yeah, that's what happens when Shadow Demon has already rotated mid. He's not there for the immediate cover, and they grab that nice kill. I wonder if Monet is even going to go back to top lane now. He might just go jungle. He's level 6. Has Tread's Wraithband. He farms pretty quickly in that jungle, and you give the top lane to another hero and just accept that once in a while there's going to be some sort of dinosaur bus just driving by and killing your SD, and it's like, oh well, whatever, you know. He'll go bottom for now with a dust, so looking to gank on his Drow minute 7, a classic play we see all the time.
Yeah, that is very interesting. As Ame, we can see, is just gonna have to watch that tier 1 tower fall.
Such an early tower. They didn't have a siege creep remaining either. There's just no resources for LGD to hold on to this.
Now we got the Searing Chains. Ori's in a lot of trouble, and there's the Trample Onslaught combo as Jin Q able to help finish off the Lina. Laguna Blade was used, but not to much avail. So PSG LGD kind of all over the map. They do lose their tier 1 tower at the bot lane, though.
So far, their gank timings have been pretty pristine, right? Not only have they been successful in killing Ori 3 times, but it's all 2 out of 3 kills, I believe, have been exactly around the power rune timing. So nothing to say, got the 6-minute regen after the first kill, or the second kill, and now he got the illusion rune top after the 3rd kill, minute 8. So very, very good rotation, especially from Jin Q here on that Primal. And Faith Beyond, because of the kill they found top beforehand, is level 6, so you can kind of leave him alone here. There's not many heroes that want to stand against Visage in the dire teams. Shadow Demon doesn't enjoy it, Mirana doesn't enjoy it. Pango can. That might be what they're opting for once he gets the Vanguard. Maybe you just park XXS to try to defend that tower for as long as possible.
And nothing to say. Going to the high ground here onto Aster's side. He's going to find him a couple other heroes here from Aster, but the LSA is not going to be able to hit, so he just walks away casually.
Oh, a little bit of miscommunication there, missing the swash.
Disruption, but the Sleight of Fist to buy some time, and the Remnant away, nothing to say is A-okay. And that bought the space for Faith Beyond to take the tier 1 tower. It was a slow one, but essentially soloed it.
All right.
He said the Vanguard now online is Monet. He's going to get gone on here with the tricks of the trade from Ame. Kinetic Field's going to keep him in place. All he can really do is multi-shot, but gets the gust off. They have a little bit of vision, but ends up going away. As we're going to see a Laguna Blade used in the middle of the jungle here. That'll lead to a kill onto Jin Q.
Nice escape there from Moni. He needs to be patient there with the gust. Just chill, get away. It'll TP in with a bit of a helping salve here from Pichu. We have an answer, by the way, of what Ricky's going to use the Ring of Health for. What do you think it is?
Nothing.
That is correct. He's buying Diffusal.
I mean,
right.
Is there any reason to go Link in this game? Not really.
I mean, ultimately, you will turn this Ring of Health into an Abyssal, right? But it's quite...
Okay, like super late game.
It's quite far away. I have to say, I love this hero. I've played it quite a bit, but almost exclusively as support. I cannot explain to you why this Ring of Health is that valuable that you must buy it. Maybe there's some sort of logic to how you're able to farm when you're not laning, like if you can sustain better in the jungle, or maybe he just had a different read on the lane, that he needed it. I think now that we've seen the lane play out, it didn't really feel necessary. I don't know.
Yeah, that is true. We're going to see the jump here onto Siamese Cat. Instant disruption as Jin Q looking on the sideline for the bigger kill on Monet. Pulverize is there. They're going to be able to get the support right off the bat. The trample comes in. I think the gust actually missed here from Monet. He's going to get glimpsed back, and that is going to lead to a very valuable kill, although it goes to Y. Either way, PSG LGD going to be very happy with this.
Yeah, they're going to still have their Static Storm intact, and Pulverize obviously a super short cooldown. So this support duo now of PSG LGD has insane playmaking potential. Static Storm 90-second cooldown, Pulverize a measly 32. So a lot of opportunities to just go around, look for picks. As we've already established, they're very good at killing the enemy supports, but also the Lina. I think they would love to find Ori once more. And as long as they're playing together with Nothing to Say, I don't think there's any limitations for finding kills. The defensive possibilities that Aster have through the means of Moonlight Shadow, you just cover that with the dust, and the Shadow Demon Disruption most of the time will just set up a Static Storm, right? So you've got to be really, really careful as Aster now with how you play the map. Every time these heroes are missing, it's kind of a minefield.
XXS still in the mid lane right now, just chilling, has his Vanguard, and will be going for instantly pretty much the Crimson Guard Cinderin. Again, not the most popular item these days, but against the Visage makes a lot of sense.
The prize is mine.
And I mean, they have a lot of damage on this team, so maybe he doesn't really need to go what you would usually see on the Pangoliers these days.
Yeah, the thing you could argue is that is Crimson Guard actually a better defensive item for his team than if he goes Force Lotus, for example, right? So you have multiple ways of repositioning away from Riki, of getting out of Searing Chains on the Ember. Because if he's itemizing this way for his Drow's sake, I don't think most players would buy the Crimson here in this tournament. So either it's because Aster have an idea of a specific timing with this item that they're going to try to force a good fight once it's online around Roche or around the mid tower, for example, to try to gain some ground. Or he feels like if he doesn't buy it, the Visage Birds are just too big of a problem.
Another pause here, but in terms of the flow of the game, would you say that you would favor one team at this stage?
I do like the look of this currently for LGD.
Shocker.
Well, first of all, they have a slight gold lead, and
yes, of course.
I don't think I think this Riki got off to a very good start, and as we've talked about, pretty polarizing hero. But with the start that he had,
Ame, Laguna Blade to follow, but
no backup.
The trade, yeah, the Moonlight Shadow giving cover for Ori, but allows him to initiate, but nobody to follow it up with. As Y taking a lot of damage in the meantime, the multi-shot is finishing him up from the high ground. There's the first rolling thunder of the game from XXS, but nothing to say with the Remnant in a way. Now Monet has to be careful, as there are familiars just completely surrounding him. Soul Assumption is there as well, and the last right click will do it. Now the Pulverize applied to XXS. All he can do, actually mitigates a lot of damage to that shield crash, but doesn't last as long as it used to. Not able to get the stun on the Faith Beyond, but the Searing Chains is there. So 3 kills for PSG LGD.
We're talking a tenth of a second there from a totally different outcome, I think. Nothing to say, just barely gets off the Activate Fire Remnant.
This is just a typical Riki in pubs, man. Just hanging around, stealing some creeps here and there.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to get a replay on that, because I thought Aster in the position that they were in were actually going to win that fight when I saw the Primal or the Pango roll come out. So look here where Ember ends up getting positioned now once the Pango comes out. So this is where Pango can usually find a perma chain stun, right?
Yeah, suppose.
If that connects, I think they might take down Nothing to Say. And obviously the remainder of the fight plays out completely differently. He's integral in every single kill to get afterwards. So imagine the Ember dying there. Maybe Aster take a pretty meaningful win. Instead they lose 3. And as you said, Riki not involved in the mix. He's going to get a Diffusal Blade now, and Visage gets the Wraith Pact as well. So huge power spike now for LGD's lineup. And they will look to take full advantage.
Will be taken out.
Yep.
Just curious what the build Ame is going for. So obviously maxing Blink Strike and then Tricks of the Trade. So only 1 in Smokescreen for the moment. But
standard.
The AoE, does it still increase with each one? No.
No.
Okay. Well, it's been a while.
Yeah, you have a talent on 10 where you can take either that or the Blink Strike slow. I wonder what he's going to do here, because you can choose to go for a talent now. You could start putting more points into Smokescreen. If I were to guess, he probably takes the Blink Strike slow so he can stay on top of the Drow more easily. But there is something good to be said. I mean, the Smokescreen AoE talent is also pretty strong.
Okay, he's going to get glimpsed back. He is Moonlight Shadowed, but they have the vision, and they have the kill again as PSG LGD looking extremely good at the moment. Sleight of Fist is going to connect onto 2 as the Moonlight Shadow is about to end here. Jin Q just posturing at the high ground.
I'm looking at the game state right now, and Aster initiating into LGD's team, and I just find it so hard to find the path. They're going to try here.
Purge to start, but an instant static storm onto XXS, but is it going to be follow-up? Not really. It delays and perhaps just ends this engagement entirely.
The thing that's so tough is that if you don't have superior vision as the Dire, you're running in against Slight Chains out of Fog, Glimpse, Riki, who could be anywhere if he's not showing farming the top wave as he is right now, and a Primal Beast from Fog 2. There's just so many uncertainties, and your heroes aren't naturally tanky. Your only real frontliner is the Pango with the Crimson Guard. If Lina gets caught, she's kind of toast. If Drow gets caught, she also still doesn't have that pike.
Well, thankfully for Aster, they made that change. So Primal Beast, when he uses Onslaught, you can hear it at the very least, the sound cue.
Is under attack.
But yeah, very, very scary to walk into this team for sure.
They will access their own jungle again, which is good news for Aster. They need a bit more area to work with. Also, Ori is going to complete the BKB in 100 gold, so maybe that's going to open things up a little bit more for them.
I mean, talk to me. Again, back to the Riki, as you know, I'm going to go here again.
Yeah.
With a typical carry that we've been seeing a lot from PSG LGD, if you're up 5k at this stage, is that like extremely good news as a Riki? Because he hasn't been involved at all. So I feel like this is just going to get amplified now as he starts to actually show up in these fights. As Siamese Cat looks like he's got to self-disrupt.
Good arrow.
Sassy wants to go for the roll. Faking it out here a bit. There's nothing to say. Does finish off Siamese Cat with that last slide fist, but away he goes as PSG LGD.
Oh, they got
very
the glimpse.
confident. Big glimpse into the Static Storm and Pulverize. No chance for XXS as he does not have his shard. Obviously, that is going to be the big counter to that.
Dire's bottom tower.
And we'll see if PSG LGD wants to try to go for the old Roche.
That's a good point. I actually think Pango should be buying the shard now. It's really, really valuable. But to answer your question from before, being 5k gold ahead is indeed good, yes.
Okay. That's just double checking.
Being 5k gold up at 15 minutes is good. And if Riki was another carry, it would also be good because he's ahead by 5k. So yes, that is correct.
Well, it's a carry that hasn't done anything yet, really.
Yeah, if another carry also had done anything, being 5k up would be pretty good.
All right, I see your point. Thank you, Cinder.
You're welcome. It was a great question. I'm always here to help.
As we're going to see a big smoke now from PSG LGD. Roche is at a half HP right now. They don't want to fight it, so they don't want to take it out quite yet because everybody from Aster is up here on the high ground. But they're going to try to pounce onto Ori. He's going to run right into the familiars, but they're going to go for the D-Wards first instead. But there's the glimpse back. Instant stun. Here comes the Rolling Thunder from XXS. He's not really going to connect initially. He's nothing to say. Comes in with a big slight and the BKB proc. But Ori, he's going to return the favor with the BKB of his own. Kind of a weird engagement here as XXS now.
They have glimpse again in 2.
The other side. But no deaths out of that fight.
That was a very clever way that PSG engaged that, and also a good response from Aster. So what LGD realizes, the one thing they need to not happen is that they get clumped up and get Pango rolled, and then the artillery just starts going to town with the Drow as well as Lina. So what they do is they poke and force out the Pango roll, and then they just disengage. And now that it's on cooldown,
no
they can
BKB, Ori, Soul Assumption is there, smoke screen as well, he's done. Monet gets a pretty good multi-shot, but this is going the way of PSG LGD for sure. 2-0 to start it. And nothing to say is not done here quite yet. Gets the Searing Chains up, but the Disruption's going to delay this just for a little bit. Space Beyond continuing with his familiars, but Monet just ticking down ever so slowly. Another Gush, but there's the Blink Strike from Ame. Double kill for him. Tricks of the trade, but Blink Strike back into the fray, and that's a 4th kill going the way of LGD, and this should be a free Roche as well. Riki is owning.
Yeah. He got his defusal, he came online, and he's joining. And yeah, I mean, you're starting to see part of the reason, or maybe the whole reason, that Riki was the choice here for LGD among a plethora of options that would have worked against this Dire lineup. They went for this one. And he's hounding those supports, and he's hounding that Lina. So again, with that fight we just had, as we see the replay here, that what led to this is effectively Pango rolls on cooldown from the poke that LGD did at the outpost, and so is Lina's BKB. So I think Aster making a pretty crucial mistake here, even being positioned in that spot. I think they have no business trying to even look for a fight.
Yeah.
The Pango roll is just too big a part of their lineup. When that's on cooldown, you got to play way more defensively than that. His hand is kind of forced when Ori gets caught. They're trying to help, but the help a friend syndrome effectively there just gets 4 heroes killed instead of 1.
Yeah, and by the way, for the Ring of Health watchers out there, it is now in Ame's backpack, so very valuable spot right now.
Yeah.
A little passive 0 regen at the moment.
He's banking on a little bit of a macroeconomic change here. Gold goes up in value, and then, I mean, it is a gold ring, right? I think so. Let's call it.
It looks gold.
Yeah, so maybe it will increase in price. What do you think about that as a concept? What if items sold for more and more gold the later the game went? That sounds really terrible.
Then you can just replace your items.
Yeah, that's a really awful idea. Thank you, Sir Action Slacks, for that. Goes right in the bag with Lycan Axe.
Now, Lycan Axe is cool. That was his, I mean...
Radiant's middle tower.
A broken clock is right twice a day. That's what I think of Slacks in general. So
I'm kind of like that. Whenever I have a really stupid idea, I'll just say it was Slacks, and everyone will believe me, I think. That's good.
Yep, that's fake news right there. Fortification pop by Aster as they are at a 7k net worth, make it 8 deficit. at only 21 minutes. This is turning into a shellacking for sure.
And the thing is, it's not only about the gold, it's about the flow of the map, right? Like, you can be 8k gold behind, but maybe still have some sort of a meaningful direction you can find in the game. It's just terrifying. I mean, look at Nothing to Say.
XXS, he's trying to get up. His Rolling Thunder, he does.
Nice switch.
He just attempts to TP away. I doubt they will try to fight this. Well, Jin Q takes a Demonic Purge. Siamese Cat's dead.
Yeah, this tower's lost now because you don't have Pango, so. And another instance where it feels like Aster would have been wiser to not even bother to be here. I just think these fights are too difficult, and they end up just feeding over a key cooldown here on the Pangold as well as their Shadow Demon's life to no avail, really. As PSG LGD wanted to be there with their heroes anyway, so it's not like you didn't get any meaningful trade like damage on a tower or a power rune or anything of that kind. The Invis rune still sitting bottom, and gonna see who's gonna grab this. It is an interesting rune to take on, not Ricky, Shannon. You could take it on
But the voice line is so rare.
That's true. It is a good voice line.
Trying to walk away here. Onslaught. Oh, he does see him, but gets gusted. But the glimpse back, that was just enough into the Static Storm. Trample as well, but Ori pops the BKB, gets the LSA to be able to cancel it. They do get the kill onto the Primal Beast, but there's a disruption to save Monet, but not for long enough. Down goes the Drow again. Demonic Person had Nothing to Say, and his Remnant's going to be really slow as a result, but he has the cover of his teammates. Shadow Demon dead. Ori basically out of mana, and that means they can now initiate, but the Moonlight Shadow giving him cover.
It's running out now.
From XXS. Nice blink onto two heroes. Here comes a nice Starstorm as well. Nothing to Say. Gets stunned again. Do they have enough? They do. Big kill for Aster. Need to get more out of this, though. Swashbuckle onto Y, but now they're going to control XXS as he is within arm's reach of the Ricky and the smoke screen. And down he goes. So it ends up being a 4 for 2, and the Age is still intact.
And in the meantime, off to the side, Ame did kill off Ori in the trees. Ori tried to stick to get the mana for a stun, but immediately got smokescreen diffusal burned. There was just no way out of that. So it's kind of interesting that LGD's gold lead is barely growing from that fight, but I guess the Ember kill was just worth that much. He was 6-0 after all. Maybe if Mane pikes the Primal Beast instead of forcing himself, perhaps this goes a little bit better. And I think he could have maybe killed the Primal from behind the tower before he got glimpsed, and Lina doesn't have to expend spells on this, but it's so easy to say. Like, you're obviously going to go off a gut reaction there on what you can do.
We got the trample out of Invis from Jin Q, but Hurricane Pike back into the glimpse and the Static Storm as well, but I don't think Nothing to Say can go any further as the pressure is being applied onto Y. As XXS wants to finish him off, and they will be able to do so. Nothing to Say has to pop the BKB now in retreat. By the way, I wanted to talk about Jin Q's build. He's going for Halberd on Primal Beast, which, I mean, normally we would see BKB. Is this a little, that doesn't feel like he needs it? Or is this because they feel like they're really far ahead right now?
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, I kind of agree that BKB looks very strong, because you do have some quite limited freedom against a hero like Pango. Maybe part of the logic is Demonic Purge just ruins you after you've gone in, so maybe he wants to have that extra utility instead to control the Drow with the disarm. In a way, or maybe he just wants to go in and tank, right? If the goal here is that he makes space for his teammates, if you go BKB on Primal, what happens a lot of the time is that the enemy team is not going to go on you because they can't kill you. With this, he has way more EHP because he has the evasion, and he has that active disarm that he can maybe force a BKB with, or rather not force a BKB with, but keep himself alive if he charges the Drow and just halberds her, or the Lina, and then just soak damage while his team just cleans house. It's a different approach.
Drow tsaka Lina. Hapon, nakita natin yung kung paano ginawa ng Tundra up against down sa...
Possibility to save the teammate anyway, so...
Absolutely.
It's an interesting kind of, I mean, we joke all the time about Primal
or
Beast, and
rather not force BKB with, but keep himself alive if he charges the Drown.
din siguro dito yung Visage.
Parang ang takas eh, no? Nakakadena ka lang, hindi ka makakilos eh.
It's a different approach.
Drow tsaka Lina. Hapon, nakita natin yung kung paano ginawa ng Tundra up against down sa...
An interesting kind of, I mean, we joke all the time about Primal Beast,
or rather not force BKB with, but keep himself alive if he charges the Drown. So he's just going to charge in, mess up the fight, make space.
LSA connects, Laguna Blade as well, Static Storm just for defensive measure, but it's not enough. Nothing to Say is dead. Does have the buyback. Not sure if he wants to use it in this engagement. It looks like they're going to lose their Primal Beast as well.
Okay.
Nice setup there by Aster, baiting the rune.
That ward, value for them, getting that Ember kill, and the Primal Beast trying to help out. Gives them a little bit of a bonus kill, and that's also going to be a mid-tier 1 tower. The good news for them is Roche cannot be up yet, so LGD will not be losing that, but they lose quite a bit of ground. This is the start of a potential comeback for Aster into this game. Do they get a meaningful item out of this? So Lina's going to finish Silver Edge, so they have that break now.
Monet
and the
BKB
crit
about to come as well.
Yeah, Monet BKB. That was a very important moment for Aster because of what it leads to now in terms of just a little bit of downtime and getting these two specific